Nagyon sok szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit ismételten. Ahogy ígértem, visszatérünk a Thronebreaker végigjátszáshoz, és akkor folytassuk, ahol abba hagytuk a délelőtt folyamán. Ugye itt voltunk a Dravográd küldetés előtt, a hídnál. Elméletileg nem hagytunk el semmit a mapon, visszamenőleg, mindent felfedeztünk, úgy emlékszem. Ha elhagytunk valamit, akkor majd visszamegyünk érte. És akkor vágjunk is bele a Dravográdi részbe. Ugye itt van az ostrom. Van itt valahol loot esetleg. Nem látok.
Look at the palisades. The machines of war. Too many to count.
I cannot fathom it. Has Nilfgaard sent all its forces into Lyria?
No, your grace. But a single army.
Gods protect us.
The queen uttered a juicy curse. Dravograd stood before them, Nilfgaardians all round it. 3, perhaps 4 battalions of armoured infantry. Arbalists and cavalry behind them. Trebuchet volleys had punched holes in the walls, while battering rams had twisted the main gate open. But elsewise, the city was mere moments from falling to the foe.
Doomed! We stand not a chance. Nilfgaard outnumbers us twofold. More!
Then our men must put double the spirit into the fight. Double the heart. Lyria!
Emboldened by their valiant queen and commander, the Lyrians charged headlong at Nilfgaard's lines into a hail of bolts and arrows.
Ami azt mondja, hogy optional, hogy intézzük el a kapitányt, ezt a Rím de kapitányt. Az nem optional, az mandatórium. El kell pusztítanunk a csávót, úgyhogy elpusztítjuk. Addig megyünk, amíg el nem pusztul. Nincs mese. Te nem kell lesz. A tonik egyenlőre nem kell. Jó, dobosunk már van. Nem ez kéne nekem. Jó, tökéletes.
Attack! Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
Your grace, I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him.
Jó, akkor a Drummer Boy-t kijátszuk.
Again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. Alba!
Egy kör alatt kéne ezt elpusztítanunk. Hát, az buli lesz, na mindegy.
What? Who dares?
Left, right.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Hát még egyet megpróbálhatunk, hogy ezt visszaszedjük. Mert még egy dobosunk van. De nem tudom, hogy meg tudjuk-e csinálni.
A lesson in humility coming now.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Tehát egy esélyünk van, ha ez a dobos. A Reynardot húzza fel. Ami nem sikerült, úgyhogy szerintem újat fog.
Give me a target.
Jó, hát akkor ezt feladjuk és újra kezdjük. Dobosok maradhatnak. Te nem kell lesz, te se kell lesz, te se biztos... Jó, ez jó így. És még meg kéne próbálni felhúzni Reynardot. Dobos. Jó. Na,
Rid this city of all black-clad filth!
ez a tökéletes
Your Grace,
kezdőhen.
I see the commander. We must train our efforts on him.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Keep calm, Tiberius.
Again and again and again.
Egyenlőre nem. Várunk egy kört.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Aye.
Három, négy, 8.
Arbalist at your command.
Még van egy íjász benne. Hát az nem biztos, hogy elég lesz.
Left, right, left, right.
We must trust each other.
Na. És akkor most elkezdjük csinálni. Hogy a...
Armor won't say.
Egyet kijátszunk. Ezt átrakjuk ide. Kijátszunk még egyet. Nagyszerű.
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Hát, és most imádkozunk, hogy eltalálják egyszer. Van 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 íjászunk, egynek kell eltalálnia. És nem, és akkor kezdhetjük előről, nagyszerű. Jó, Reynard itt van. 2 dobos itt van. Te nem kell ez, te még annyira se kell ez. 2 dobos már van, de ez nem jó nekünk. Nekünk a... Ez nagyon rossz. Ez nagyon rossz, ezt újra kezdem. Ez nem kell. Jó, Reynard megvan. Megvan ő. 2 dobos megvan. Igen, ez úgy jó lesz.
Your Grace, I see the commander.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Hol a másik? Itt.
Left, right, left, right.
What? Who dares?
Again and again and again.
És akkor itt van benne ez a sok íjász. Nem. Nem használjuk még el. Majd később egy kicsit. És most elkezdjük aktiválgatni őket.
Your command.
Őt nem.
My spirit's willing and how, but damn boots are killing me.
Őt sem.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
És akkor még van egy esélyünk, hogy ezzel reaktiváljuk
Her
őket.
Majesty knows what she's doing.
Aye.
Íjászokra van, hogy... Na, íjász. Király.
I'm a one, sir.
Jó, még egy íjász. Király.
They retreat! Your Majesty, the city's ours!
The Nilfgaardians fled in panic, abandoning war machines, shields and arms, even their wounded. The defenders rejoiced. They laughed boisterously, and cries of delight and chanting could be heard all around. "Warrior Queen," they shouted. "Meave, Meave, Meave!"
Hear that, Your Grace.
I do. No sound rings more lovely to a ruler's ear. Yet rest on our laurels we cannot. Caldwell, the situation in the town, what can you tell me?
Wall breached. Thrice. 400 wounded, near 1,000 without roofs over their heads. All nothing compared to the grain stores. Went up in smoke during the siege. And it's some time yet afore the harvest. Your Grace, the war's just begun, I know. All coins should bolster the army, yet if we leave the folk of Dravograd no gold, there will be hunger, with all the attendant discord.
Na jó van.
The drought of 1258 I remember all too well.
Adjunk nekik egy kis pénzt.
What it drives folk to do, the extremes. A strong army I need desperately, yet not at all costs. The townsfolk need gold to survive till the harvest. Count how much, then give it to the garrison commander.
As you command, Your Grace?
The battle we've won, there's just the war that remains. And Nilfgaard will strike again, doubt it not. We must move on. Caldwell, ride ahead to Lyria. My son must call a gathering of the Council of Peers. Tell him so. We'll have much to discuss. Reynard and I will follow with the troops. We shall seek out any Nilfgaardian stragglers, prevent them from rejoining the main force.
Ne! A Drummer Boy paklim! Tönkretették!
Meave's 2 adjutants bowed and left the Queen to think. She was hungry, sore from the fight, spent. Yet sensing her soldiers' eyes upon her, she set off for the stable, her gait brisk, her head held high.
No. Ez nem így működik. Itt volt egy egész zóna, amit nem fedeztünk fel.
Kings and emperors fight. Leave the common folk to tidy up. Never damn changes. Ever the same. Your Majesty, you saved us, and not a moment too soon. From death, and fates worse than that, I'd say. We'd live neath Nilfgaardian boot. Your Majesty, you...
Jó, hát beszélgessetek. Nekem kell a loot innen. Annélkül nem megyek tovább. Azaz. Ami kidobott Dravográd után. Hát tiszta bolond. Hát nekem össze kell szednem a seregemet. Ott lesz egy passzul alattunk. Nem tudunk átmenni, mert itt fal van, nem? Hát jó. Nézzünk csak széjjel. Nem ez, a report. Spall, a Scala és Riviánál jöttek át a Nilfgaardiaiak. Na nézzünk szét a bázisunkon. Lapokat azt meg kell néznem mindenképpen. Mert elhagyott bennünket a... Ez nem tudom mit csinál, nem is érdekel igazság szerint. Viszont így csinálnunk kell egy egységet. De a field medicabból elég egy... Hát nem tudom, egyenlőre berakok egy field medicet, nem akarok új lapot gyártani. És még mindig nem tudok csinálni semmit, hát hihetetlen. Ebbe kész vagyok, ebbe kész vagyok.
Yes, Your Grace?
Nincs több beszéd lehetőség. Na 8/10 golden chest, az jó. Aha, tehát akkor most itt erre elmegyünk, és akkor megyünk Líria fővárosába. Jól van. Városon belülre nem tudunk menni? Úgy néz ki, hogy nem.
Golden armor, golden air, reaps blackclads like grain. Maeve, Maeve, Maeve!
Nézzük meg, hogy milyen küldetések vannak. Jó, hogy pont sorba jönnek, az jó. Beszéljünk itt a falusiakkal egy kicsit. Aha. Hát mivel a morálunk elég magas, azért elfogadjuk a pénzt. És 2 egységet odaadtunk, de hát annyi, mint a rossz nyavaja, tehát teljesen fölösleges. Itt át lehet menni? Nem. De ott valahol el tudunk jutni oda, nem? Erről valamerről. Mindegy, majd megnézzük. Még van lootolni való dolog.
Meve stood surrounded by advisors, discussing, when all at once they heard a mighty thud.
Bloody hell!
They looked to see a cavalryman who'd clearly fallen from his saddle. The men who'd witnessed the blunder began to jest, only to choke on their laughter, as the wretch, having risen to his hands and knees, began to shake and vomit blood. The medic's diagnosis: poison. In spite of his best efforts, the cavalryman breathed his last that very night. Soon, several other riders developed the same symptoms, and at the last shared their comrade's fate. All were buried at the roadside, beneath an old willow.
This looks to be no coincidence,
Reynard said gravely.
Our stores of water. Someone's poisoned them. We must find the fiend. In the interim, your majesty must quench her thirst with wine.
Én gyanakszom, hogy a tünde volt, akit befogadtunk a délelőtt folyamán. Tehát majd meglátjuk. Csak nem lehet ott jobbra elmenni. Itt vannak ilyen melósok.
Milady, a strange boat floated past. I thought it imperial, but it flew not black sails, but red uns. Deep red, like blood. Where's Yanko? 'Twere dawn I sent him into the fields, but he's not returned. Where's Yanko? Where's Yanko? 'Twere dawn I sent him into the fields, but he's not returned.
Hát nem tudom, hol van Janko, de hát most én tudjam, hát. Lehet beszélni a horgásszal? Nem. Elfogadom, mert most morálban jól vagyunk. Azt írták, hogy vörös zászlók jöttek. Tehát akkor azok nem novigrádiak, hanem valószínűleg valami más népesség jött.
Horns sounded. Meve recognized them at once as those of the Lyrian vanguard. She drew her sword and prepared to face the invader. Yet coming down upon her force were not Nilfgaardians, but bearded warriors clad in leather, horned helmets on their heads.
Skellige.
This was not so. The queen could not believe her eyes.
Skelligan raiders? This far inland?
Jönnek a
This was no
vikingek!
time to be bewildered. Meve spurred her horse. It neighed and reared, and then the twain leapt into the fray.
Nagyszerű! Micsoda? 150 ereje van. Úristen! Hát akkor ez nem optional, ez kötelező, mert ha nem ölöm meg, akkor úgyis kikapok. 150 ereje van. Jézusom! Drummerboyok jöhetnek. Még, drummerboy, még. Nem kell ez, nem.
Skellige!
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders here!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. Let us put our steel to the test.
Ez nagyon durva. Hát én kijátszom a Drummer Boy, de nem fogjuk tudni.
Left, right.
Ariel's been chosen. The gods speak to him. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Again and again and again.
Aha, tehát önmagukat is tudja támadni, jó.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Give me a time.
Akkor mind a kettővel küzdeni fog? Vagy ez ilyenkor hogy van? Nem, jó. A sajátját üti először. Nagyszerű.
What is it?
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Gods are blowing fair winds the day.
Aye.
Ebből tudok csinálni egy óriás egységet.
Warhawk Devarier!
Ezt visszavesszük. És akkor valószínű, hogy azzal fog csatázni.
You've got stones, wench.
Got a bad case of rollers back.
Left, right, left, right.
Nagyszerű.
Olga Blackhand's taken on new swabbies. What do you say?
Again and again and again.
Ebből tudok csinálni egy óriás egységet. Amit most meg is teszünk, szerintem.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Should have listened to me old lady.
És akkor meg...
The Skelligers fought hard, fought bravely, brought mayhem. Yet the Queen's ordered, disciplined force won the day. The islanders seemed entirely undismayed.
Pillanat. És... megnézzük, csak újraindítom. Hát, ha így nem menti el, nem tudom. Már nem akarom, hogy ne sikerüljön az a challenge.
Horn sound.
Na, jó van. Jó, drummerök azok megvannak.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders.
Again and again and again.
Meg is erősítem, hogy többet kapjon. És akkor már az első körben elég sokat fog kapni.
The gods are with us!
Tell me you jest.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Nagyszerű.
Let us put our steel to the test!
Left, right, left, right.
Az jó, mert az így elég sokat üt rá. Nagyszerű, azokkal így harcolni fog.
Again and again and again.
De ez még jobb, ezzel meg tudom lőni. És még vissza is fogja ütni 8-szal. Nagyszerű.
We'll ransack your temples! Wipe ourselves on your vestments! For blood!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
What is it?
Left, right, left, right.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
Ezért az a betradeli, az 10.
Got a bad case of rower's back.
Aye.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Szerintem ezt nem fogom tudni megcsinálni.
Moorhawk Devarier!
Egy drummert vissza tudok szedni. És akkor még trade-elgetni fog.
You've got stones, wench!
You've sailed into troubled waters, mate.
Again and again and again.
Ezzel körülbelül 20-at tudunk ráütni.
Give us all you got!
Give me a target.
Hát ez nem jó, hogyha ezzel csinálom. Szerintem nem tudjuk így még megoldani. Ez jobb kör kell nekünk. De nem kell ez. Drummerök azok jöhetnek ezzelrel. Íjászok legyenek benn. Ez maradhat, mert ez jó nekünk. Íjász nem kell. Nem, ez nem jó.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders here!
Jó, drummerök jöhetnek. Íjászok legyenek kint. Jó, megvan Reynard. Így, ez így jó lesz.
Reynard, what the devil? Sea raiders here!
Again and again and again.
Boostoljuk, hogy először is 9-szer kezdjük a damage-et. Nagyszerű.
Let us put our steel to the test.
Most a filmedikkel visszahúzzuk
Tell me you jest.
Mert így ezzel fog párbajozni. Jó, most így veszítünk egy kis damage-et, de...
Ariel's been chosen. The gods speak to him. I'm a ward servant.
Left, right, left, right.
Erősítsük őt. Ha már ő vele fog párbajozni, legalább több damage legyen. És innentől kezdve jók vagyunk.
Again and again and again.
This harvest we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Ide ebbe a sorba többet nem szeretnék rakni. Tehát még ide 4 íjást be kell sűrítenem valahogy. Téged ide raklak. Vele küzdeni fog úgyis.
I promise you a quick death.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Gods are blowing fair winds the day.
One boat I need.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. Give me a target. I ballist to your command.
What is it?
Can't take it anymore.
Húzzuk az időt.
You've got stones, wench.
Got a bad case of rollers back.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Should have listened to me old lady.
You wanna pass, you gotta pay. Can't let you through elseways.
Na, így gondoltam nyerni.
The Skelligers fought hard, fought bravely, brought mayhem. Yet the Queen's ordered, disciplined force won the day. The islanders seemed entirely undismayed at their defeat. A trait of theirs, I must admit, I've ever admired.
Well, you're right scrappy for landlubbers. Lippy Goodman applauds you for your pluck, Queen. When we sup, me and the lads will drink your health.
Hú, ez lehet, hogy jó lap. Hát ha fel tudjuk használni őket, használjuk fel Nilfgaard ellen, mert azért...
That we shall yet see, sir. We must know something first. What brings you this far inland? What drove you from the sea?
Meve asked, crossing her arms.
Ha! What always drives us? Looting and pillaging. The coast's picked clean since long, so we set our longships up the Yaruga for gold and glory!
Amusing. I always assumed you to be honourable folk.
And who dares to claim elsewise?
Your very actions do so. You've attacked a land preoccupied, a land already at war with invaders, but I suppose it makes sense. You've ever feared to attack Imperials?
The Queen prodded gently.
What did you say, wench?
Gudmund had quickly turned red with rage.
I'll prove just how wrong you are, I will! Why, we'll be drinking mead from Nilfgaardian helmets for sundown! Follow me, lads!
Meve smiled as she watched the islanders gather their gear and prepare to march. She doubted not in the least that Gudmund would honor his pledge.
Ez az, a vikingek, jöttek a skelligeiek. Annyi pénzem van. Jó ember.
Here the damage seems not so great.
It appears Nilfgaard's not yet turned its forces towards the capital. We're likely to encounter no more than pathfinders and foragers.
So I hope.
Itt van egy bázis, nem tudom kié. Kőelementál! Ja, kaptunk egy új lapot, azt meg kéne nézni. Vagy ez... Itt van. A Mardróm medve. Kipróbáljuk. Még nincs semmi új. Workshopban ugyanezeket lehetne, de azt nem fogom fejleszteni. Ezt lehet nyomjuk, de még nem vagyok benne biztos, hogy megérje. Fejlesszük ki. Egy a fene, haladjunk. És van úgyis mit... Hogy hívják volna. És tulajdonképpen mit is csinál ez? Scouts? Hát nyomjunk egy scoutot. Aha, itt hagytam el valami lootot. Meg itt vannak lootok. Elég szép számmal. Na nézzük meg ezt a kőelementált. Ez valami puzzle lesz.
I'm a one, sir.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
I only loot corpses, except sometimes they're quite fresh. Use it. Not sure for what just yet.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Először is kijátszom őt.
You can try to win them all, but you won't.
Our ballista, your command.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Oh, be ashamed to let this beauty go to waste.
I only loot corpses, but sometimes they're quite fresh.
Armor won't save.
Oh, egy rúna. Oké. Nézzük az új lapot, nézzük meg az új lapot. Mit ad ez a rúnokő? Ez nagyon jó lap. A decoy az nagyon jó. Fú, hát ezt még nem rakom be. Ezzel együtt ez nagyon jó. De kíváncsi vagyok erre a mackó formára, úgyhogy még azzal nem. És akkor is megmutatja, hogy mi hol van. Jó. Hát menjünk. Ezt majd lentről fogjuk elérni. Ó, itt lesz valami már megint. Nézzük meg, mi van a városban.
The Nilfgaardian invasion necessitated certain steps. Niamh had dispatched scrolls to her garrison commanders, based upon which they were to announce general musters. She'd hoped that by the time she reached Crydam, fresh recruits would be waiting to join her growing force. Alas, the commander of this fort, one Sergeant Griggs, had only bad news.
Your Majesty, I've not the numbers to man the walls even. The call to arms brings few new recruits and more men desert each day. Folk are terrified something awful. They don't believe in victory.
They don't believe in victory?
The Queen rose from behind the table, toppling her chair.
Then let them hear how I smashed the Blackclads at Dravograd.
Quick as can be, the commander gathered all Crydam's inhabitants in the central square. Neve stepped out in front of the crowd and recounted her most recent victory. The folk of Crydam listened with bated breath.
And so, we must stand together. Fight, arm in arm. Be a wall against which black-clad hordes will be dashed!
The townsfolk responded with thunderous applause, yet enthusiasm is rarely long-lived. That born of Neve's fiery words had dispersed after but a few days. No new volunteers joined the garrison, and the townsfolk hid from Sergeant Griggs to avoid being pressed into service. Neither the town's nor the Queen's own company were reinforced, and Neve left Crydam angry as a wasp.
No will to fight much the common folk. No will, no spirit at all. You see the dregs I got to endure, your grace. Yellow-bellied cowards and shirkers, that's who. No will to... You see the...
A contract on a monster. Interesting.
Összelopkodunk mindent. Kell a pénz. Ó, itt van egy kovács. Hát, talán ad valami fejlesztést. Na most már tényleg jó lenne, ha tudnánk valamit fejleszteni. Itt van egy altár, azzal majd tudunk morált fejleszteni. Az jó. Itt. Na, kovács uram. Még beszélni se lehet vele. Azt a minden. Itt a népekkel.
Something's wrong at Abbott's Ravine. I heard whinnies and screams at first. How all's gone silent. Why ever do the gods punish us so? To be cast out by Nilfgaard. Night on the High Road, a day afore last, claimed the beasts called a girly Cora or some such. Night on the High... Why ever do the...
Na, így ez fel van fedezve. Akkor most itt elindulunk fölfelé. Ott összeszedünk mindent, aztán itt lejövünk ide a hídhoz, és akkor itt is tovább megyünk. Na, mit akarsz? Térkép. Favágó, 2 pad, meg egy sátor, oké. Na nézzük, mit akartok.
As Neve and company traversed the ruddy meadows, strident voices reached their ears.
I beg your pardon. I've heard enough. A duel. I challenge you to a duel.
A duel? Nonsense. I'd sooner lay you across my lap and give your ass a thorough flailing, you scoundrel.
The Queen approached the arguing parties. 2 nobles, Lords Cartwright and Mansfield. Quickly she ascertained they were up in arms over ownership of an orchard lying between their estates. Assisting both nobles, their kinsmen, armed to the teeth, prepared to leap at each other and crush heads. Upon spotting Meve, the lords lowered their voices, bowed and presented themselves. Yet they could not keep their ire fettered long, and were soon casting aspersions again.
Your Grace, Mansfield has seized it. No, stolen my land. Land that has been in my family for generations.
It is my recompense for your reckless deeds. To burn down me mill in Furchin for a bit of sawdust in your flour? Well, I never.
A bit? Oh, let me at him. Farman's taken ill, cook's feverish, all from that manure. You are a fraud, sir. A fraud and a thief.
Though she faced the not at all trifling matter of the Nilfgaardian invasion, Meve agreed to settle the dispute. Reynard, who knew the history of every Lyrian and Rivian family 7 generations back, served as her advisor.
No doubt I would find for the Cartwrights. They are in the right here, as regards the title to the land. Yet your grace must consider, the Mansfields have ever served the crown and never delayed payment of tribute. Whereas the Cartwrights are litigious charlatans who owe the royal treasury thousands, many thousands.
The orchard must go to the vassal unburdened by debt. This is what I prefer,
said Meve.
Thus I declare it Mansfield's.
But the law clearly says...
I am the law, Cartwright.
Lord Cartwright moved to debate the matter further, but a snort from Reynard reminded him he stood before his liege. Mansfield, content, made an ample contribution to bolster Meve's force and the realm's defense.
Ha ha ha! So you see, my dear Cartwright, justice has been served. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! So you see, my dear Cartwright, justice has been served.
Itt lesz a kincs. Tele vagyunk pénzzel, de nem tudunk mit fejleszteni. Én nem értem. Hol tudunk? Itt tudunk kint elmenni arra. Most erre jövünk, ezeket összeszedjük, aztán lemegyünk a hídnál arra. Hol tudunk itt elmenni? Itt ezen a kis folyosón? Aha. Nagyszerű. Ezt is összeszedtük. De rengeteg pénzünk van. Mondjuk nem olyan sok, hogyha belegondolunk, hogy mennyibe kerülnek az upgrade-ek. De hát nem tudok mit feloldani. Na hol van az utolsó, amit néztem? Itt bent, de ó, még bent vannak kérdések. Ez valami árus. Lehet trade-elni lehet majd. Igen, szeretném, mert akkor megvan a dimeritium bombánk. Köszönjük szépen. Meg is nézem, hogy mit csinál a dimeritium bomba. Itt van. Fú, ez a Nilfgaardiaiak kellene nagyon jó, mert felbusztolják a végén őket, és csak egy csettintéssel eltüntetjük az összes bónustatjukat. Ez nagyon jó dolog a Nilfgaardiak ellen. nem akarom kirakni. Hát más nincs mit fejleszteni. Lehet, hogy kirakjuk hát most. Mennyibe kerül? Hát mondjuk elég drága. Húzós összegek ezek. Viszont most már fával sokkal jobban állunk, mint arannyal. Na, hova akartam menni? Majd ezt itt meg akarom nézni, szóval ide elportolunk. És ezt összeszedjük, mert nem hagyunk hátul semmit. Nyomunk egy scoutot ide is. Aha. Ott is hagytunk el egy lootot. Harmincegy arany. Mindegyiknél nyomunk egyet, aztán megnézzük, hogy... Itt nincsen. Aha, tehát akkor minden területet felfedeztünk jelenleg ezen a mapon. Itt viszont elég sok mindent elhagytunk. Aha, egy csatából visszamaradt. Ez nagyon jól megérte. Ez remek. Tehát akkor az egész mapra vonatkozik ez? Igen, nagyszerű, akkor... Hol van? Itt hagytunk még el egyet. Meg itt van egy csomó, ott is elhagytunk egyet. Azt a mindenit. Amúgy meg... Attól függ, hogy most a bónuszokkal meddig jutunk el. Aha, már látom, hogy hol hagytuk el. Tehát, hogyha olyan 7000 körülig elérünk golddal, vagy aranytallérokkal, korona, vagy akárki akármit mond, mindegy, hogy minek nevezzük, akkor valószínű, hogy kifejlesztjük a maradékot, mert úgy tudunk mit fejleszteni, aztán nem tudom, hogy többi részben mit tudunk szerezni. Itt van, látom. Jó, és akkor már csak lent vannak elhanyagolt területek. Itt van egy, de azt így szerezzük meg, és szerintem inkább először erre megyek, és akkor így. Ez egy szörnyharc lesz. Jól van. Jaj, tehát nem kell elmenni az oszlopig, az nagyszerű. Hát akkor elég gyorsabban haladunk. És akkor itt le fogunk menni ide. És itt szerintem a barlangnál lesz valami harc. És akkor utána ide jövünk, és akkor így szépen ezt a részt itt felfedezzük, és akkor jöttünk tovább. De igazság szerint nem is arra megyünk le először, hanem szerintem eljövünk erre jobbra. Mert lefelé fogunk úgyis tovább haladni. Ó, puzzle, sárkány. Ez király. Mi a küldetés? Meg kell ölni a vivánt. Ez furi hangzik, na mindegy. Mit csinál a viván?
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
One boat's all I need.
És akkor van még egy körünk, azt kijátsszuk, ezt rádobjuk. Jó, legyőztük a vivánt is. Ó, itt van valami üzenet a csávótól megint. Na nézzük csak, hogy van-e valami, amit még fel kell fedezni. Ezt elméletileg nem kell már, itt akkor nincs semmi, és akkor ez a kettő van errefelé. Jó. Azokat a bónuszokat összeszedjük.
Well, a worm, just as I said. Now who's addled in the head, eh? Well.
Hol van? Hát ezekkel beszéltünk, ezek nem sok mindent csináltak. Akkor eljövünk ide, ezt összeszedjük. Akkor azt összeszedtük, akkor itt van, majd visszafele lesz egy altár, amit ki tudunk használni Morára, és most menjünk lefelé. Itt lesz egy szörnyharc. Vagy nem szörny, az vagy valami detektív, vagy mi az?
On their way to the capital, Meave and company happened one fine day upon a lone rider. Had I been at her side, I would immediately have recognized his passionate gaze and altogether chivalrous mien.
Identify yourself, sir, and your intent.
Ake of Denell I am dubbed, and my design I never conceal. The good book says the world is a garden which the gods once conferred upon man, and we men have this garden neglected. In consequence, all manner of filth has made its lair here. Drowners, ghouls, and other kobolds. I have sworn ne'er to rest until the day when, with the gods' help, I have rid the world of these beasts and pests. I wander all lands, seeking out evil and facing it in mortal combat.
Mortal Kombat.
Who do we spy? A knight errant?
Just as likely a madman. How goes your hunt? Caught the trail of any monster?
Monster? Too fair a term by far. An exceptionally vile worm has made its lair in nearby caverns. It is said to be the very distillation of filth. A slither in horror. A mélange of the macabre. Its head, that of a wild cat of Ophir. Its maw full of spiked teeth. The wings of a bat it is said to have. The tail of a scorpion, and from it a thick venom drips. Learned men call this variety a manticore, or mardiacore.
Perhaps it will be most prudent, then, to send for a witcher.
A witcher? Soulless automatons they are, all, feeding on common folks' fears. What they demand gold to do, I perform without demand of any coin.
Sirek, far be it from me to discourage you. Your endeavor is noble, no doubt. But from what I have heard, manticores are exceedingly dangerous beasts.
To defeat this filth alone could be a difficult task, I'll not deny. Yet try it I must, for it is what I have sworn before the gods.
We shall help you find and fight the manticore, provided you then pledge to help us fight an even fiercer and filthier beast.
Of course, my lady. Yet what manner of horror is it? A viper? A griffin? A drake of some rare form?
Were it only. 'Tis a beast of 1,000 heads, covered in black armor, its fire consuming whole villages.
Noble lady. I know bestiaries only in parts, yet I've seen some of the world, and never have I heard of such a terror.
You need but look about you, and spot Nilfgaard's legions.
Devastating. But you must forgive me, Your Grace. This struggle between realms is not one to which I can lay a hand.
A manticore. How great is its appetite? How many men does it fell? In a moon, let us say.
It changes. At a time when the horror broods, it may be as many as 20.
Bocsánat, csak ittam egyet.
I see. As now you must. Nilfgaard in my capital could mean as many as 20,000 felled. You live to fight evil, injustice, do you not? You can fight none greater than by doing so at my side.
The manticore, Your Grace, must fall first. As to what happens later, I shall need to consult the good book and petition the gods.
Agreed, so be it. This monster, where lies its lair? Where does it prowl?
To the north, my queen. A few leagues on.
Na, van egy új csapattársunk. Nézzük csak meg a lapját. Kíváncsi vagyok rá. Ez nagyon jó. És akkor egy filmediket ki is tudok tenni. Nagyszerű. Mit akarsz tőlem? Ó, tudunk vele beszélgetni. Na végre, erre vártam.
I see you found the mess tent. How's the ale? Not too warm, I hope.
'Tis not for me to say, Your Majesty. My tankard holds but milk of the goat.
Milk? A witless prank. I shall tell the quartermaster at once what I think of such...
Unnecessary, Your Grace. I called for the beverage.
Is that so? Well then.
The good book states clearly, the shadow of spirits obscureth light most true, and leadeth thee from the path of virtue.
Right. I suppose there's something to it.
My soul sings to hear your affirmation, Your Grace. If ever you wish to discuss the good book and the wisdoms contained therein, hesitate not to find me.
Certainly, I shall remember that. Your crusade against monsters. Have you been at it long?
Come next Bellatane, it will be 20 years, Your Grace. Though, there was one extended interruption.
For what reason? Had you grown weary of the knight-errant's life?
Not in the least. Never shall I cease in my quest to cleanse the world of filth and abominations. But at times evil puts up rather a good fight. I ventured forth to slay a dragon once. A gold one, as it were. Calling itself Villa Tretormeft, or the like. Its very name, as is evident, a vile toil for the tongue, and wafting wickedness.
Good luck with that. Az arany sárkányokat körülbelül ilyen isteni kategória a Witcher világában. Nem hiszem, hogy bárki is így meg tudná ölni őket. Egyrészt mindenkinek az alakját fel tudják ölteni magukra, tehát így, hogy bárkinek, tehát így esélytelen, hogy megtaláld őket, ha nem akarják.
A great many mercenaries embarked on the hunt, lured by the promise of coin in heaps. The Crinford Reavers, Yarpen Zigrin, and a band of dwarves. Even, curse the word, a witcher. One Yennefer, a most lecherous sorceress, at his side.
That name I've heard.
But at the deciding moment, when the beast challenged all, I alone emerged to face it. Alas, though shame burns me to admit it, I returned from the battle upon my shield. Figuratively. Literally. I returned in pieces. For 2 years, I lay in the temple of Melitele in Alanda. Mother Neneke, God's protector, nursing me back to full health. And only when I could once more grip my sword did I return to the path I'd chosen.
And the dragon? What was its fate?
Some claim it flew off to Zerrikania, though it very well might yet lurk here, awaiting the opportune moment to terrorize the folk of the north again.
Farewell, Ake.
Yes, Your Grace?
It's time I attended to other...
No.
Not a scrap.
Itt fent.
Not a scrap. Nothing to bury. Blood's all that's left behind. A whole village. Hallowed, Mother. Look up. Not a scrap.
"'Tis in these ravines. The beast is..."
Na, itt van a Manticore valahol.
At the furthest depth of the winding, gloomy canyon, scouts found the maw of a great cavern. Among the boulders outside it, whitening bones lay strewn. Ake dismounted and drew his blade.
"By the god's grace, we've found the beast's lair,"
he said, lifting his gaze to the heavens.
"We need them but to extend their favor as we battle the filth."
Meve cast a critical eye at her shield. Wood clad in leather and thin plate. Enough to stop a sword, certainly, but would it protect her from a beast's raging blow? Noticing her hesitation, Reynard approached the Queen and said,
Your Grace, none will utter a disparaging word should you step back.
But they will think them,
replied Meve.
and that's bad enough. The war has begun. I can't appear weak to my fighting men.
Without awaiting an answer, Meve strode into the cave. The rest of the company followed, equally full of fear and faith in their queen and commander. Moments later, a great and powerful roar filled the cavern.
Na gyerekek, megyünk Pantikorra vadászni. Jó lesz. 45 erő! Azt a mindenit. Tudja, hogy szét fog csapnolni minket. Nagyon ki fogunk kapni először. Hó, drummer bolyok, nagyon jó. Te nem kell lesz. Ó, drummer boy, nagyon jó.
And I beheld the beast!
Ennyi jó!
Didst adorn his wicked brow!
Gods protect us.
God's blessing. Beware its claws! The hardest plate they shred like fine vellum!
Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Beware! Its tail flows with deadly venom! Our ballista, your command. Keep that vile poison to yourself!
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right. Again and again and again.
Ó, ez nagyon jó, pont időben jön.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Armor won't save him. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Can't take it anymore.
Lyria!
Ez jó lap, ez a áttranszformálja medvévé. Jó, mondjuk ez így nem fogjuk tudni megölni, úgyhogy kell az íjász. Igen, ő kell. Drummer bolyok. Ez jó. Ő nem kell. Ez, hogyha kezünkbe is tud erősödni, akkor úgy tudjuk a legjobban kihasználni. Ezeket nem tudom kicserélni. A medvével nem tudunk mit kezdeni. Ővele se, ővele se.
And I beheld the beast! Profane horns didst adorn his wicked brow!
God's protectors.
Igen, most mi van? Jó.
Beware its claws!
Can't take it anymore.
Beware! Its tail flows with deadly venom!
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Ezt erősítgetjük.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Give me a target.
Again and again and again.
Company! Forward march!
Azt átrakom ide. Éjjel.
I'm a one say.
We must thank the gods for this victory both great and just.
With Ache at their side, the Lyrians felled the manticore. Later, it was said, the beast's dying wail, multiplied and strengthened as it passed through the caverns, could be heard as far as Spala.
Your Grace, many monarchs have I met in my time, yet none proved as virile in battle as did your Majesty.
Virile? I dislike the term. Seems not to suit a woman. I prefer valiant. Yet grateful I am for the compliment. Now pray reveal, have you made your decision? Will you swear to serve me? Are you prepared to take an oath?
I am not, Your Grace. I can serve only the gods. Yet, I do believe them to be on your side as one unjustly and treacherously attacked. Thus I see nothing wrong in assisting you.
Then I am content and welcome you in my ranks, Sir Ache of Donnell.
The knight-errant bowed low from the waist. So low, in fact, the gambeson neath his mail creaked. Meave could only hope he would battle Nilfgaardians as boldly as he faced beasts.
Manticore trófea. Király. Itt van. Fú, ez jó cucc. A medve helyett nem tudom berakni. Ó, de kár. Nem szerintem... Hát mondjuk le a dimeritium bombát, azt berakjuk most inkább.
Your Grace?
Farewell, Ache.
Yes, Your Grace?
It's time I attended.
Még valahol van egy golden chest, de nem tudom, hogy hol. Hopp, ott van. Hogy hagytam ezt itt én el? Nem tudom, mindegy, hát összeszedjük. Na. És akkor megnézem, és akkor elméletileg az összes chestet összeszedtem. 10/10. Igen, az altárhoz akarok még elmenni. Mert növelünk egy kicsit a morálon, mert erre már nem szeretnék visszajönni. Jó sok pénzünk van. Hát ezeket megcsináltuk. Hát fejlesszük ki. Most úgy tudok mit csinálni vele még. Így is rengeteg pénzünk van még. Nagyon sok minden van, de itt lesz egy harc szerintem.
One of them golden sons
belongs on the side of my own ship. Nilfgaardians make for good prisoners, good slaves too. They got black shells, but the meat inside's red. They got black shells, but the meat inside's red.
Kirablom a Nilfgaard, vagy a skelligeieken. Na, akkor már csak ez van itt, és utána az ott. Jó, menjünk. Vengeance? Az mit csinál? Ez jó lenne, hogyha nem kéne a zászlót cserélni rád, a zászlóhoz írtózatosan hasznos, azt fogom kiszedni. Hát ez ilyen második körös cucc, az nem tetszik. Azt ide rakom, és akkor... Loot.
What's a folk moving about of late?
Beszélgessünk.
Libya is our homeland, charming, fertile and grand. Is your majesty also bound for the river? To camp there, perchance? What's a folk moving about of late? Is your majesty... Is...
Itt lesz valami.
One evening, soldiers brought before Meve the elf she had saved from a lynching. It seemed he had been the fiend who had poisoned the water barrels from which several soldiers had drunk, then suffered and died.
Yes, I did it. And I regret it not one bit.
Seethed the elf.
Nilfgaardian, Temerian, some brute from Lyria, you Dwan are all alike. I detest you. All of you, your filth for what you wrought with my brethren. I'm proud. I am that even a few of your kind perished at my hand. Hail and Shay.
Meve pursed her lips into a thin white line. Reynard knew the expression. It did not bode well.
I should drag you to the capital. Hang you high in the market square.
Meve said through gritted teeth.
Yet this you would want. Am I right? For your folk to speak of you? For your folk to remember? Well, you shan't have it. You'll hang here, in the middle of nowhere, with but crows to witness it and then pick at your eyes.
It was a summary execution. No sentence was read, no last wish observed. The elf's corpse then hung long at the roadside, as none came forth to claim and bury it.
Megmondtam már a legelején, hogy ő egy köcsög. Viszlát, testvérem, viszlát.
We welcome you home, your majesty. Prince Willem awaits your return, your grace. Good you've returned, ma'am. Lyria needs you. We welcome you home. Good you've returned, ma'am. Lyria needs you.
Home at last, your grace.
We shall not enjoy it long, I fear. Soon we must face the black-clads in the field.
Yet a moment's peace we will have. After that drubbing you gave them at Dravograd, they'll wish to rethink their strategy.
Hát ezt kimaxoltuk, nincs itt semmi. Itt is mindenkivel beszéltünk. Ma pont nézzünk széjjel. Scoutokat nem tudunk küldeni, mert mindent felfedeztünk. És mindent el is vittünk. Úgyhogy jó harácsolásunk volt. Menjünk is tovább. Igen, tovább megyek.
Neve had ridden out of Lyria in early spring, her retinue modest, as none larger was needed for the brief summit of sovereigns. She returned now to her capital, at the head of an army that dragged behind it bandits and Nilfgaardian prisoners in chains. The whole city came out to greet her. Its traders, craftsfolk, priests. Also, her eldest son and heir, Prince Willem. A boy who, it seemed, might never be prepared to rule. Neve and Willem rode side by side past the cheering throngs, their faces frozen in regal smiles. It was not until they reached the castle stables that they found a corner in which to speak freely, candidly.
Welcome home, Mother. Content I am to see you, to be sure.
And I'm happy to see you. Though I dare say I'd have been much happier to witness you leading an army towards Dravograd. Willem, I trusted you. Left the realm in your care.
Indeed. And I, in turn, did my utmost to choose the best course for...
Willem, don't be so damned courtly. There's no one else here. My son. Nilfgaard has invaded our home. We're at war. When rulers don't strive and don't choose, when rulers grab their swords and shields and ride out to defend their subjects.
You didn't let me finish.
All right. Say what you wanted to, please.
I feared I'd be hasty, Mother, and I didn't want to be. When we got word of the invasion, the lords convened at the castle. They demanded I hear them out. They wanted to give me counsel. If I'd rushed into the field to confront the foe, I'd have been half blind to the situation, not known all the options I had at my disposal.
A ruler never knows all the options. Yet he must decide and act nonetheless. I need to prepare. I'll see you at the Council of Peers.
And indeed she did, when the peers convened in the throne room. Surrounded by animal hides and Zerrikanian tapestries, the lords stood in tense silence, awaiting the queen. When her figure filled the doorway, they fawningly prostrated themselves.
We've myriad matters to resolve, so I trust you're well rested. Whatever the case, I've no doubt we shall meet the dawn afore we're done. Firstly, we must ask assistance. Pen a letter to King Demavend. Scribe, take this down. Dear... What? Uncle? Cousin? Blast. Again. I, Meve, by the god's grace, sovereign of Rivia and...
Your Grace, Mother, the peers and I, we've come to propose another solution.
Yes, out with it.
We wish to acknowledge Nilfgaard's authority, pledge fealty to the Emperor.
I beg your pardon.
The black-clad hordes outnumber our forces manyfold, and they're far better equipped. We stand not the slightest chance against them in open...
You will not lecture me about Nilfgaard's army, my son. All you know of them you garnered from coloured renderings, whereas I faced them at Dravograd. I faced them and crushed them.
But your grace, the losses. For this fleeting victory in which you delight, how many of your subjects had to perish? Bend a knee afore the Emperor, and you shall spare thousands.
Nay, never! Understood, Caldwell? Not ever!
I'd hoped to persuade you, but it seems I've failed. Nonetheless, the die's been cast. We've signed the accord with Nilfgaard. Our noble lords stand with me.
The blood left Maeve's face. She had realized her son, who had ever professed to detest politics and shirked his duties as crown prince, had just stabbed her in the back, as had her entire court.
What is this? Treason to my eyes! The gallows is what awaits you!
Willem rules Lyria now. And should you not acquiesce and approve the accord, I fear only you, milady, shall have the pleasure to meet the hangman.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Caldwell. My mother will not be harmed. Not one hair on her head. Understood? Confine the Queen to the tower.
You err deeply, my son.
The Queen was confined to a cell. Gilded armor she had traded for a simple robe. A courtly retinue for a swarm of rats. She was the very picture of misery. At the window of her cell, gripping the bars, Maeve stood powerless. Her anger so great she wept and wailed. Her Lyria was free no more.
Enyhén elárultak bennünket. Adok én neked! Mocskos puja! Enyhén el fogok veszíteni egy csomó lapot. Ne! Arvalistáim! Drummer boy! Elvesztek mindent!
Have I come at a bad time?
Demons take you, Caldwell. You've long been at this scheme, haven't you? You left the strays of Sparla to roam the realm, to forage, so that I would have to look to them. And thus gained your cohorts the time they needed to complete Lyria's sail to Nilfgaard.
You've seen through it all, that's clear. After the fact, of course. But still, I'm not nearly the poor strategist you thought me.
Willem, you turned him. How?
The boy's not fit to wear the crown. Hasn't sufficient wit nor valor. I know this. You know this. Just, he knows it not. Willem fancied himself a statesman, wished terribly to prove he was one. I made it possible. I've been amply rewarded, I have. Palatine since just yesterday, in fact.
You'll have neither my blessing nor congratulations. Sorry to disappoint you.
I seek neither. I've come for another reason. To bid you adieu. Willem does not seek your death. Does not even fathom it, as you well know. Moreover, his resolve will wilt in time, and he'll wish to free you. So, come the morn, when the young king rides out to pledge fealty afore General Epdahi, you shall use your bed linens to hang yourself.
Do not do this, Caldwell. You cannot. Let me out, I beg you, and I swear I will...
Adieu, your grace, and use your last evening wisely.
Maeve felt a rush of despair, yet bit her lip to mute any weeping. No, she would not give Caldwell the satisfaction. Morning arrived with the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Maeve rose from her cot and stood in the center of her cell. She was prepared for anything. Well, nearly anything.
Reynard fog jönni.
The Duke of Dogs.
Titles seem senseless under the circumstances, don't you think? Let's forgo them. I'm Gascon.
Has Caldwell sent you? To kill me?
No and a no. Actually, you're free.
How shall I put this? That cad, Count Caldwell, used yours truly and the strays as bait in a scheme aimed at kicking your shapely backside off your throne.
Now, I'm hardly vindictive. First to forgive, in fact. Take your threat to send me to the gallows. Forgotten already. Yet being played for a fool, I cannot abide.
So when the strays freed me, I knew what I'd do to spite the Count afore I disappeared. I'd free you. That's to say, on one condition. You've got to request it of me, my lady. Courteously.
For my realm I will do this, and much, much more. Even bow afore a brigand. Thus I beg you, Gascon, Duke of Dogs, grant me my freedom.
Ha! Incredible! I've lived to see someone grovel with dignity. A true ruler you've got to be. You are free.
And grateful. Now please let me pass. I must get to the city jail at once.
Would you look at this woman? Free her from one prison, she flies off to the next.
They hold Reynard there. And if I've any ally left, anyone who's not betrayed me, it's him. I must get him out.
Are you great out there?
Old, my lady. Unarmed. Alone.
Have I any other option?
In a sense. See, they locked a few strays in the city pits too. Got a common cause, I'd say. Care to join forces?
The Queen took Gascon up on his offer. Then she, Gascon, and the strays snuck through the city to its dungeon. Reynard had not wavered for a moment in his devotion to the Queen. Never the slouch, he had also not lost any time.
I've inquired among the other arrested soldiers. Many are prepared to fight, even die at your side, Your Grace.
Seems they may yet get their chance. But now we must flee. All of us.
Yet in leaving the jail, the company ran into trouble. When Caldwell's cutthroats had failed to find Maeve in her cell waiting for her secret execution, they had informed the Count. He, in turn, dispatched patrols into the streets. The Queen and her cohorts ran into one such unit.
Blast. We shan't outrun them. To arms!
Hát jó van. Nem tudom, hogy mivel vagyunk felszerelkezve. Find an escape route. Ez nem tudom mit jelent, de megnézzük.
Gascon? Bloody hell, where'd he get to?
Your Grace, we must make haste. Caldwell's roused the whole city by now.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Don't like this. Aye. Cursed traitors.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Didn't think I'd leave you just like that, did you?
Honestly, I did.
Sod it. Sod it all.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Again and again and again.
Your Grace, what guarantee do we have that they won't stab us in the back?
Catch!
As you wish, my lady.
Naturally. At once. I smell a leak.
Don't like this.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Ow!
One vote's all I need.
Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey?
I thank you, Gascon. You and your men, for your aid.
'Tis nought, my lady. Strays never say no to a proper brawl.
No brawl this was. Sun rising against Mother. Lyrian striking at Lyrian. I fear a blood war's begun.
Come now. Seems to me the war's ended. Your realm's lost to Nilfgaard. You've no army to speak of.
Then I shall assemble a new one. And with it have Caldwell hanged, and drive Nilfgaard back across the Yaruga.
You're mad. How will you find the men? Riding from hamlet to hamlet, speaking from atop a crate?
No. I shall find them in Edern. I've a favour to call in with King Demavend, and I'll sway volunteers to my cause on the way.
Well, you've your first willing warriors already.
How so?
We've nothing left in Lyria. Our hideouts are compromised, Caldwell's sure to set a price on our heads, and Nilfgaardians roam the land in numbers. Besides, I'll be right tickled to see proud Queen Meve fighting elbow to elbow with a bandit she'd wish to hang just a half day afore.
Well, it is said my foe's foe is my friend. And I'd be a fool to turn down assistance now, no matter who offers. So be it.
Ennyi!
Very high-minded of you, my lady. So, shall we shake on't? Nay? Well then, the high road beckons. Though first we must escape the city with our lives. Follow me.
Lyria was hers no more. Meve now had to flee her capital and realm as quickly as she could. Wont to travel the city streets in a gilded carriage, the Queen now saw them from a slightly different vantage point.
Ugh. Is this the only way? Are you quite certain? The Queen
is a common fugitive now, so she'd do better to pinch her nose and whinge not at all.
At long last, Meve reached the gate. Yet this she found shut tight, locked and guarded.
Gods be damned!
Easy, your grace. Nothing we can't solve with a quiver full of quarrels.
Those are our men.
They were, Reynard, were.
Gascon's raiders were poised to loose their bolts, but were thwarted when the Queen stepped out in front of them.
What's she... Your Majesty? I've orders to arrest your grace.
Place me in irons, then.
Please understand, I haven't a choice.
Fear not. You'll be rewarded by Caldwell in Nilfgaardian Florens.
The captain's head dropped. His cheeks burned crimson.
Go, your grace. Flee now, but only to return.
Remember this, Gascon. I'm no fugitive. I'm a queen, robbed of her rightful crown. And though I may need to venture to the world's end before I return, I shall have it back.
Having fled Lyria, Queen Meve ventured into Edirn, her old friend Reynard and new ally Gascon at her side. The war had bitten into this land too. Still, Meve hoped to sway King Demavend to her cause, and with his aid, to oust the traitors, retake her throne, and drive the Nilfgaardian invader from her realm. Yet to start, she was forced to fight, Scoia'tael no less. Emerging from a wood, Meve's retinue encountered a unit of elven rebels just moments from hanging a handful of prisoners. Among the latter, the Queen spotted a woman, a proud warrior with a striking, thick black braid.
The lass I believe I know.
Well, unless we rush to her rescue, it'll soon be you knew her.
Well said. Lyrians, attack!
Executioners, úristen, több is van. Hát tudom, milyen egységeim vannak. Ez jó. Terem kell... Ó, velünk van Ike. Nagyszerű. Ezeknek nincs oldala, úgyhogy őt visszarakom.
Hang the butcher! Below her!
She can't breathe, your grace. We must rush to her aid.
Egyet ki tudok végezni szerintem simán.
I've hit the white of an eye from half a league away.
Nay, duam they camest.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Dole! Blathana!
Free the warrior!
I smell a leak.
The Scoia'tael warriors shocked the Queen with their speed, their cunning, and their cruelty. Yet in the end, the Lyrians prevailed. When the last elf hit the ground, the Queen had her men untie those they'd sought to hang.
1,000 thanks, Your Grace. Heard many tales of your valor. Pleased to see they weren't just flattery and propaganda. I'm...
Black Rayla. Haga, we saw you there. You command King Demoven's special forces.
That's right. Though not many remain to command.
So I see. How did it come to this?
My liege sent me to wipe out a Scoia'tael band, led by a rat called Eldane. Followed the vermin's tracks for several days. Straight into his trap, turned out.
Hunting elves in the woods. Truly inspired, I must say.
Had no choice. Doing nothing would have brought us surer, swifter doom. The Blackclad have invaded Edirn. Thanks to elven aid. They snap our supply lines, lurk like dogs, prey on vulnerable units and scouts.
You mean to say Nilfgaard's broken your defenses?
Aye. Though their march will soon halt, believe me. To advance, they'll have to take Rosberg. A stronghold that's yet to fall once. They'll break against its walls like waves upon the rocks.
While Edirn stands, the north is not yet lost.
I'll convey your grace's words to the king at the first occasion.
I'd rather hope to convey them myself. I have come to Edirn seeking aid. I wish to ask Demavend for support.
The king is in Rosberg, overseeing siege preparations. I'm heading that way too to report on our skirmish with the Scoia'tael. I might serve as your guide. These lands I know better than any.
Excellent. Guide on.
Mondjuk nem tudom, a pénzem hogy maradt meg, de... Oké. Na nézzük, hogy van-e valami újdonság. Hadd nézzem, hogy mik vannak. Field Medic. Alchemist... az mit csinál? Jó, hát nekem alchemista nem kell. Ezt felejtsük el. Oh, Drummer Boy! Visszajött a Drummer Boy! Hát nem tudom. Ez elég sok. Azok nem kellene. Az jó. Hát a Sideman az mindig jó. Az a Markos az elég jó lehet. Dimeritium bombát feláldozzuk és berakjuk a maszkó sajtot. De még valakit ki kéne szednünk innen. És hát nem kiszedni, nem cserélni kéne. Mit csinál a Black Rail? Aha, ő ilyen Scoia'tael ellenes. A Cavalry-ból kiszedünk kettőt talán. Kit rakunk helyettük be? Hát rájuk most nem tudunk támaszkodni. Hány drummerünk van? Hát én ebből gyártok. Így jó lesz. Aztán majd kitaláljuk, hogy akarjuk ezt csinálni. Ó, mindenkivel lehet beszélgetni, ez nagyon jó. Ezt már most kirakjuk. Fú, ezek ijedatlan drágák. Azt nem érdekel annyira. Ez hasznos lehet a Sidemeneknél. Az annyira még nem érdekel. Ez jó lenne. Jó, mindjárt beszélgetünk a többiekkel, elmegyek most a mosdóba, és utána visszajövök egy 5 perc és itt vagyok, és folytatjuk. Na, visszajöttem. És akkor kezdjük Reynáddal.
How has it come to this? I, Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia, must prowl about the underbrush like a common bandit. And you, General Reynard Odo, once proud commander of 4 elite regiments of footmen, now lead a gang of deserters, bandits and scythe-wielding peasants.
I do so proudly, Your Grace.
You must be joking, Reynard.
Your Majesty, under your husband I served 10 years, under you another 8, and never in that time did I fight for a more worthy cause. We seek not to grab land, or stifle a peasant revolt. We fight for all the North, for our freedom, that of others, and you alone didn't give up. Didn't even consider bending the knee before Nilfgaard.
Yes, all true. Yet look where it's brought me.
Your struggle has but begun, Your Grace, and I will do all in my power to see you triumph in the end.
I cannot forgive myself one thing, that I failed to see through Caldwell's schemes. He must have plotted treason for months, years even, yet I suspected nothing.
Don't be too hard on yourself, Your Grace.
Easily said. Ugh, if I'd only realized it in time.
Nilfgaard would have found a different traitor, or sent an assassin north. It was unavoidable what happened. The Blackclads would have attacked in any case, and we'd have stood no chance to defeat the foe in open battle, repel him, drive him out.
So, had you been there when the peers assembled, you also would have voted to bend the knee?
No. My honor would never have allowed it. I'd have thrown myself into the fire, and probably died a fool for it. As matters stand, I still have a chance to thwart the invader, his intentions. It seems, in a twisted turn of fate, I should be grateful to Caldwell.
It's time I attended to...
Your Grace, how fortunate you're here. Behold what wickedness is afoot.
I'm trying to behold Sir Ake, yet I cannot be sure what.
Reynard and Gascon, my lady. Caught in the act of playing face cards.
Oh, that. Indeed they are. Good.
Good? Games of chance, good. Why, they are evil's very claws. Corrupting, tearing at the soul, seeping venom into the heart.
I wouldn't worry about Reynard's heart, Sir Ake. As for Gascon's, too late already, I fear. Besides, they're getting along, that's what matters. If cards do the trick, so be it. Does the good book contain an answer to every question?
Each and every query, without exception.
What does it prescribe a mother betrayed by her son? Tender forgiveness or unflinching firmness?
A moment while I ponder. There's a verse in chapter 2. A child who doth with waywardness defy his mother and father deserveth discipline most severe. Strike him thus heartily, unless thine heart stilleth thy hand.
But one could interpret that any way one wishes.
To thine own self be judge and ruler, spoke the prophet Lebioda. For thou alone shalt answer for thine deeds before thee.
There's a certain wisdom to those words.
Yes, Your Majesty. One need but gaze deeply into the verses, and oneself.
Farewell, Ake. So, Gascon, the soldier's life, does it suit you?
About the same as the bandit's life did.
I beg your pardon?
The tents are cold, the food's shite. On the plus side, plenty to drink, most days. A skirmish here, a scuffle there, Nilfgaardians one day, elves the next, and whoever we rout, we rob of what they've got.
Requisition, you mean? Fully in accordance with the laws of war.
Oh, please. Save your excuses for your father confessor.
The Duke of Dogs. Whence the name?
Not certain I should tell you. It's a personal story, somewhat.
I insist.
So, thing is, I'm a werewolf of sorts.
Did I hear werewolf?
of sorts. You see, when the full moon glows in the night sky, I transform into a creature that's half man, half dachshund. And then all the other hounds of the night hearken to my command.
Oh, forget I asked.
With pleasure.
Yeah.
I can't stop wondering. How did your strays break into the tower in Lyria?
They exploited its chief weakness.
What weakness is that? I oversaw its construction myself. Walls 5 feet thick, bars and grates of the sturdiest iron.
All tremendous, I'm sure. But how much do you pay the guards?
What? I don't know. The garrison's commander is in charge of that.
Let me tell you then. Not much, Meave. Not much at all. From atop a throne, it's hard to spot the little things. Example, a guard hard up for coin, or one with ambitions. But seeing that's second nature to even the most ordinary bandit. Take any castle door. To open it, to open all, one needs but a pouch of gold.
It's time I attended to other... How fare you, Rayla? The quartermaster, did he assign you a tent?
He tried.
Oh, and...
I refused it. Best to sleep beneath the stars, little chance of a foe catching you off guard.
Rain accepted, perhaps.
I'm not made of sugar, ma'am. I'm not gonna melt.
One sees very few women in the ranks, let alone in the special forces. How did you come to join?
On merit. Proved I'd be of use.
Yes, well, naturally. But how exactly?
I was 15 when I went to enlist. But the sergeant in charge of signing folk up told me to scurry on home. So I proposed a wager, arm wrestling. If I won, he'd let me join. If I lost, I'd pay him 100 crowns.
And that kind of coin? You had it?
No, so I had to win. As we sat down at the table, across from each other, he laughed and rolled up his sleeve. When it was over, all around us were laughing at him. Then I just followed orders. Did so well enough to draw the king's attention.
I must go. We'll speak later.
Hú, ez is jó nagy map. Egyenlőre még nem. Tudtam, hogy egyszer visszafele el kell indulni. Ezt mindig, minden játékban muszáj. Elég sok pénzt adnak itt a dolgok. Na mire is gyűjtünk? Hát majd olyan 3000 aranynál csinálunk valamit. Viszont fával most gazdálkodhatunk úgy, hogy a fát beadakozzuk majd a dolgokra.
Gods! The entire country up in flames!
Ebtar he warned punishment awaited Edirn, that he would show the land no mercy.
What in God's names did you do to him, Rayla?
Nilfgaard offered us an alliance against the rest of the north, but Demoven declined in his clipped soldier's speech. They say Ebdahi flew into a rage and swore he'd reduce Edern to rubble.
Nagyszerű. Bulikának nézünk elébe. Hogy van a map? Aha, először ide feljövünk, és utána lemegyünk oda. Nekkerek? Nézzük meg, hogy miből élünk.
We got a job to do. Cork it.
Again and again and again.
This could hurt.
We'll catch 'em all!
És akkor így megnyerjük a kört. 1 ponttal, ami király. Ez maradhat. Drummer boy maradhat. Hát nekem jó lesz ez.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
What do you want of me?
Gotta get our asses moving.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Watch your heads!
Hát mindig még sort, az alsó sort begyújtjuk, és akkor... Ó, nagyszerű, pont jó sort gyújtottunk be.
I fear not, for faith guides me.
Coin never stinks, no matter how rank the pouch.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Nem, először húzunk egy lapot.
Left, right, left, right.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Catch!
És akkor innentől kezdve ezt elpasszoljuk, ezt a kört. Nem olyan 3000 aranynál fogjuk majd beindítani a gyártásokat. Mondjuk azt megnézem, hogy a... Igen, 3000-től van.
Any of you seen Nimoy? Was bound here from Iconfort. Supposed to have arrived 3 days past. Any of you seen Nimoy? Was bound here. Any of you seen.
Igen, aranyat akarok. Nagyszerű, köszönjük szépen. Ezt fejlesztjük, mert ez összeadódik a végén, a csaták után.
The Lyrians arrived at an ancient, half-desiccated beach. Its trunk sat atop a tangle of thick roots, and scraps of paper covered with tiny scribblings fluttered over it from top to bottom. Travelers crowded all around. Barefoot refugees, bony pilgrims, peddlers with armored escorts, and shifty-eyed men with the haggard look of deserters.
The Wayfarer's Beach,
Rayla said.
Travellers of all sorts swap tales here. Perhaps we can glean something about our enemy's movements.
Or paint the enemy a clear picture of our own.
Gascon interrupted.
Nilfgaardian spies no doubt flock to this tree like flies to particularly pungent dung.
Niamh decided to proceed cautiously. She pitched camp in a nearby clearing and sent a scout dressed as a peddler to investigate the Wayfarer's Beach. Yet long hours passed with no sign of the soldier.
Gods be damned!
The Queen snarled.
Reynard, send some men to follow his tracks.
The Lyrians found the scout's body in the woods a few leagues from the Wayfarer's Beach. His corpse revealed clear signs of drawn-out, cruel torture. Niamh could only hope he had managed to hold something back from his captors.
You'd folk in Crumhorn are trading with the Scoia'tael by day, for all to see. Lord Falberson trots about on an imperial leash already. War's lost, plain to see. Lord Falberson trots about on an imperial leash already. War's lost, plain to see.
Ravens are always trading armies. Ravens and beasts.
Tucked a bushel of grain away in my shack, but I'm too fearful to return there. You suppose they've gone. You suppose they've gone. You suppose they've gone.
Kiküldök egy scoutot. Jó, visszafele nem hagytunk el semmit, úgy látom.
Soon after entering Edirn, Niamh ordered a halt. She wished to sit with Black Rayla and plan their onward march, for Rayla knew every path in the realm, including ones not drawn on any map. They were hard at work when shouts rang out among the tents.
One final time I shall say it. As your senior officer, I order you to depart the training grounds, or...
Or what, pray tell? You'll have me drop and give you 50?
What is the meaning of this?
Your Grace, I had thought to use this interval to drill the recruits, teach them...
To walk.
To maneuver, Gascon. A world of difference. In perfect harmony must soldiers traverse the field of battle. Otherwise, they could break formation,
the enemy would penetrate our lines, and our army could be slaughtered.
And therein lies the rub, dear Reynard. Army. This is no army, but a band of partisans. If we do not adapt to the rules of desperation, if we adhere instead to the Academy Codex, we shall lose. Laying traps, wiping tracks, that's what we should teach the lads. Not marching to the beat.
All my eye! A fighting force must have discipline. Otherwise, tactics and planning are impossible. A soldier must obey orders.
A point on which we all agree. And since they are mine to give, I order you both to calm yourselves at once, and never air your squabbles in front of the men again. Our resources are limited. We cannot do everything at once. Prepare your proposed plans for training the recruits, and I shall decide which we shall follow. Clear? Then get to work.
Bujuták. Ó, itt van egy vaharjú. Nem bejövök ide, benézzünk.
In 1 week we were to harvest, yet the fields are nothing but ash.
Hát ez van, barátom. Ma megint Nilfgaardiak. Abdihi. Aj, de jó. Na, te mit mondasz?
Did our oats not suit the Emperor? However did our oats and other plantings harm him? Blackclads brought... Your Majesty, I beg ye, let me join your ranks. Nothing but hunger and death await me here.
Oda még nem akarok menni. Először lejövünk erre. Oh! Algulok! Ez jó lesz nekünk! Eliminate all foes. Akkor ez egy puzzle lesz. Nincs hős képességünk.
It's gonna be a right good levy, big and beautiful. Stop your yapping and start digging.
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs. Don't you worry yourself, your grace. We'll get it done in no time.
Legkönnyebb puzzle. Viszont ezek kellenek nekem. Fú, ez nagyon jó. A pénzek mindig jól jönnek, viszont azt a levelet el akarom olvasni. Ez volt az? Ja nem, ezek a... itt vannak. Lehet, hogy nem éri meg ezt a scoutot használni, de annyi idő spórol, hogy legalább nem kell szaldozni jobbra-balra. És itt már elég sok aranyat találunk egy ilyen tasakban, úgyhogy... Itt még van egy. Mit szeretnél?
Hey ho, how's...
It's time I attend.
Yes, Your Grace?
It's time I attend.
Your Grace?
Farewell, eh?
Yes?
I must go.
Nincsen új szövegezés. 9 láda van, ez jó. Biztos ezeket jelzi, de én nem akarok még ezekbe... Itt ezt akarom megszerezni, mert akkor a sidemeneket tudjuk erősíteni. Ez se lenne rossz, mert akkor tudnánk több egységet berakni, és a mostani egységeink azok elég gyengusok, szegények. Van egy field medicünk, 2 infiltratorünk. A drummer bolyok azok mindig jók. Hát nem tudom, hogy mennyire lesz jó hosszú távon, ezeket én ki akarom cserélni igazság szerint, mert nem sok mindent fogunk tudni kezdeni. Nem rosszak, de hát nem az igazi. Igazság szerint ilyet kéne csinálnunk, varvagonokat. Vagy 2-t, és a varvagon helyett tudnánk berakni, hogy hívják ott. Hát nem tudom. Még lesz 3 valószínűleg. De még mindig az első a legjobb. Torony magasan. Jó, hát többet nem tudunk kezdeni ezekkel. Na nézzük
Your
mit.
Grace.
Meave heard Reynard call out from behind her.
The scout's returned. Claims to bear an urgent message.
The Queen halted her horse and waited for the soldier to reach her. He abandoned all formalities and jumped straight to the point.
Milady, a black-clad caravan, armed to the hilt, rides this way. To believe the rumours, they're hauling a load of war loot back south.
Reynard gave the soldier new orders, then turned to Meave.
Sounds like a prime opportunity to replenish our coffers.
Nekem is úgy tűnik.
Indeed. An opportunity we
Nekem
cannot
is úgy
ignore.
tűnik.
The Queen said.
Your unit will block their path. Gascon and his men will hide in the woods and strike their flanks, while I shut the trap, attacking from behind.
Their plan established, Meave gave the signal to move out. A brief moment later, the fight began.
Ez jó lapnak néz ki. Nehéz lavasság. Nem. Ebben nem lesz Koyetel, de a Rayla elég erős lap. Hát attól függetlenül nincs elég. Na, a Drummer Boy mindjárt jobb. Az így jó lesz.
We must drive them into the ambush! Follow me!
Na hol van a Drummer Boy?
Left, right, left, right.
Wise choice.
I smell a leak.
Aye.
Order! We'll catch 'em all!
We're close, Your Grace.
Alba!
Are you mad? Don't shake that!
No.
Life is mine now.
Sure took your time. Thought you'd forgotten about me.
Now!
Hol van a kocsi? Hova lett a kocsi? Hát jó, biztos. Nem tudom.
Again and again and again.
Gloire! The chase is on!
Ne kérdezzétek, hogy hova tűnt a szekér innen fentről. Szerintem kiváltotta az egyik ilyen infiltratorrel, hogy hívják. A srác, aki velünk van, a Gaston.
Scheiß in Trade!
Ez el fog tűnni a következő támadásunknál.
Off to the front yet again.
Még tudunk Rénádot, meg Gastont játszani. Tudunk még medvét is kreálni.
Ja, ja!
Na, ne gondolkodjál, egy lapodon. Nincsen különleges.
Scheiß in zwei!
Ha elposzolom, akkor is vége.
The caravan is ours, milady.
Their plan ended in success, the Nilfgaardians crushed. As soon as the dust had settled, Niamh tore the canvas off the nearby wagons to see what precious loot they had so carefully guarded. She expected to find gold, jewels, or exquisite silks. Instead, she saw dirty, terrified figures bound in chains.
Slaves,
Reynard muttered.
Their precious cargo. Slaves. Behold the glorious future the Empire brings us.
Niamh ordered the prisoners freed and discovered they were Edirnian peasants on their way to dig canals and dredge swamps as forced labourers.
You are free. You can return to your homes.
The Queen said. If she expected words of thanks and gratitude, she was in for a disappointment.
What homes, my lady?
Asked one of the peasants, holding back tears.
Took our land, they did. Nothing we have now. Not a rag to wear, not a crumb to eat. Leave us, we die. Soldiers don't do us in, monsters will. Assuming hunger and cold don't get us first.
The Queen was about to answer when she heard Gascon, standing behind her, whisper,
Before you make any rash promises, please, some maths. Dozens of hungry mouths to feed, and weak bodies to defend, twice as many tired legs to wait for, while war rages all around. You do realise you cannot save everyone.
I attacked this caravan hoping to fill my coffers.
The Queen said.
Instead, I have only secured a new drain upon them. But very well. In these ill times, we northerners must help our own. Women and children in the wagons. The men shall march alongside to the rear. I warn you, if you cannot keep pace, we shall leave you by the roadside. Move out!
The Queen's gaze momentarily caught the eyes of an old woman her soldiers were helping onto a wagon. Tears of gratitude poured down her soot-stained face, across hard lines left by years of destructive toil. Niamh was convinced she had done the right thing.
Hey ho, how?
It's time I attended.
Hogy állunk? Azt mondja, hogy Azt akarom majd fejleszteni. Nem akarok több trinketet egyenlőre. A varvagon fejlesztéssel az már úgy eléggé combos. Ez se rossz cucc itt, de először ezt akarom mindenféleképpen. Hát, úgy akarom én azt. Azért ez elég jó. A varvagonos buff. Hát csak akkor még varvagont is fejleszteni kell. Először ezt vesszük ki. Hát ezt itt már megcsináltuk, akkor ott majd balra fel lesz lehetőségünk dolgozni. A Nilfgaardiak már megint. Mi van, hogyha elkerülöm őket egyenlőre? Hát mindegy, melyik irányból jövünk szerintem.
As Meve neared Gatburg, her eyes were drawn at once to the black pennants flying over its palisades. Nilfgaard's pennants. Her scouts found the city's buildings intact, its streets unstained by blood. Black-clad soldiers could be seen guarding storehouses holding loot pillaged from nearby settlements. Curiously, these soldiers were very few in number.
The gates stand open. Clearly the Imperials expect no attack, giving us the element of surprise. We can take back the city and
make off with the gold.
Gascon finished. Meve hated Nilfgaard and needed gold to maintain her army. Two very good reasons to attack Gatburg. Her decision made, she ordered her men to prepare for battle. Now the invaders would have to try their hand at defending.
Larven! Essay to nothing!
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
101, 102, 103.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
152, 154.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Wise choice.
No signs of fighting! These Horsens must have opened the gates for the Blacklads.
Nem, először.
Catch!
Order!
Ez nem tetszik.
We'll catch 'em all!
Lehet, hogy így ezt a Sidement el fogják kapni.
Life is mine now.
Gondoltam.
The chase is on!
Praise be to the great sun! Ow! Oh.
Now, how did that incantation go?
I smell a leak.
Brach! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Off to the front yet again.
Wait, you're serious?
Jó, na kapnának egy kis damage-et.
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
Ez maradhat. Az is maradhat.
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
Catch!
New orders? No? Ah.
Ow!
Life is mine now.
No signs of fighting. These Horsons must have opened the gates for the Blacklads.
Wise choice.
Left, right, left, right.
Order!
I smell a leak.
Company! Forward march! Yeah, yeah!
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard. Go, hop, hop.
That was not in the spell books.
We got a job to do.
Ők fölösleges vagy. Ők maradhatnak. Gascon fölösleges. Na, ő nagyon jó. Fú, ő nagyon jó, hogy jött.
They feel at home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
New orders? No? Ah.
Should have listened to me, old lady.
Must be an important lesson in this. But what?
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Order!
No signs of fighting. These
Watch your heads!
Na nézzük, hogy miből él.
life is mine now.
Yeah, yeah!
Wise choice.
We'll catch them all!
Most fogja kijátszani a nagyot.
Praise be to the great sun!
Nem a jót. Mondjuk az is jó, de...
That was not in the spellbooks.
Ő most kapni fog egy elég nagyot, egy 20-asat. Hát tehát akkor a következőre jobban megéri őt megtámadni, mint bármelyik másikon. De még azt húzhatjuk.
This harvest we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Hát nem tudom. Még egy kis damage-et szedhetünk magunkra.
Yet again.
A drummer boyt visszahúzzuk. Elég sokat tudunk ráütni.
The commissar will hear.
Kijátszuk a drummer boyt, ugye?
Left, right, left,
buffoljuk
right.
a karakterünket. Elég jól állunk, igazság szerint. Ja, enter. Mert lassan egy 50-eset tudunk vele trade-elni. Hogyha 25-öt ráütök a hőségre. Ennek annyira nem örülök, hogy ezeket pakolásza ki, mert... annak viszont nagyon örülök, hogy azt eltaláltunk. Ó, még egy drummer volt.
Again and again and again.
Elégettem a medvét. Ez nagyon jó, ez rettentesen sok damage-et adott. És el is passzolta.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
The unworthy shall be punished.
És még így sem vagyok elég erős. De ő neki támadnia lehetett ellenfeleket. Ja, hogy több fajta változata van? Hú, akkor ez keményebb dió lesz, mint gondoltam. Ez az, tökéletes kezdés. Rajla nem kell, Odó nem kell. Infiltrator. Hát... és szerint nem. Az így jobb. Medvét nem akarok. Ez egy jobb, ez egy jobban
They feel at
tetszik.
home here, the Nilfgaardians. Let's show them they're wrong.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
152, 154.
You mad? Don't shake that!
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
No signs of...
Left, right, left, right.
Life is mine now.
Yeah, yeah! Discipline shall bring us victory. We'll catch 'em all!
Aye.
Wise choice.
Again and again and again.
Order!
Should have listened to me old lady.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Company! Forward march!
This could hurt.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
That was not in the spell books.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Ezt még lehet el tudom pusztítani, az nagyon jó lenne. Ez annyira nem jó. Az meg még annyira nem jó.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Még egyet tudok majd rajtuk boostolni. Ó, de jó, az a következő körbe elpusztul, és akkor a még gyengébb lesz a Nehéz lovasnak a HP-ja. Jól buffoltam.
The chase is on!
Ez az. Akkor azt is el tudom pusztítani.
Brach! Scheiß! In zwei!
Na, ez már csak elég kell, hogy legyen.
Off to the front yet again.
The battle's won, Your Majesty.
The Battle of Gatburg ended in Meave's victory, much to its inhabitants' displeasure. While she examined the Nilfgaardian storehouses, the city's mayor, an elderly gentleman with a walrus moustache, requested a private audience.
Your Grace, I am old. Kill me, you'll merely save my gout the trouble, so I'll be frank. You've but few men. You'll not spare a one to defend the city. When you ride off, the Imperials will retake Gatburg, peer into their looted storehouses, and seek revenge. You will be far off, while we shall be oh so terribly near.
The old man creaked down onto his knees and gripped the hem of the Queen's coat with knobby fingers.
Your Majesty, I beg you, leave the gold, or the streets of Gatburg will flow with the blood of our women and children.
Meave contemplated what to make of the fellow. Should he be praised for his forethought and concern for his townsmen, or condemned for cowardice and insolence? Black Rayla, however, had no such doubts.
Traitors all. Small wonder the town's untouched. Must have opened the gates wide for the southern scum. Now they want us to let them fill their pockets with plundered gold.
Én nem take a gold.
After a moment's hesitation, Meave had her soldiers load the stolen gold onto their wagons.
As you pointed out, Mayor, my army is small, which is why I need gold to expand it.
The mayor said nothing. He bowed to the Queen, then hobbled off, leaning heavily on his cane, as if this short exchange had cost him years of life.
We haven't any reason to rejoice, friend. Black-clads will be back. Just you wait and see. Grim prospect. They'll either hack us into pieces, or drag us off to labor in chains. Grim prospect. Grim prospect. They'll either hack us into pieces, or drag us off to...
Ho ho! Ma nézzük, mit ad a lidérc. Standard Battle. Ami shortened, szóval be kell osztani 2 körre magunkat. Raidon nem kell, az jó. Egyet elrakunk, jó. Szerintem ennyi elég lesz egy első körös megoldásként.
Left, right, left, right.
The chase is on! Ow!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Gondoltam, hogy passzolni fog. Na, ezt a kört megnyertük. Na, jó vagyok így.
Again and again and again.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
I smell a leak.
Aye.
Are you mad? Don't shake that!
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Jézusom! Nagyon durván szét vagyok buffolva.
Again and again and again.
company! Forward march!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Úgyis már csak egy lapja van. Ládikó! 500 tallér. Remek. Mit tudunk? Fú, ez nagyon jó. Ez kell nekünk. 5000 tallér. Azt a mindenit. Az nagyon sok. Filmedik. Hát ezek a meh. Rengeteg pénzre van szükségünk ebbe a körben. Nem is gondoltam, hogy ilyen sokba fog kerülni. Hogy állunk? Ide lentre akartunk jönni. Hát az majd itt fentről kell visszafele jönni. Így. Hát ez jó hosszú út lesz. Na mindegy. Hopp. Tábla. Ezt felvettem, amikor erre jöttem.
You hear? Gatburg opened its gates to the Blacklads. Surrendered without a fight. They take the young and strong as slaves. Leave the elders to starve and wane. Elves and dwarves, dirty non-humans, took sides with Nilfgaard. Then of a sudden, hit us from the back. They take the young and strong. You hear? Elves and dwarves, they take the young and strong.
Don't mind me, I'm just stealing your wood. Nem. Nem fog itt buzulni, hát sebesülteket, meg rokkantakat én már nem bántok.
Was here, just a week past. That was a mill. An inn. Not more than ashes now.
And of the people, not a trace. Not even the bodies.
Ó, egy gólem, az jó, az adni fog nekünk kártyát. Valószínűleg.
Again and again and again. An army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
One boat's all I need.
Az nem volt nehéz. Na, kaptunk egy rúnakövet. Na, azt mondja, hogy van új lapunk. Azt kipróbáljuk.
Look to the high road. The earth furrowed by wheels, hooves. The black lads went at Rosberg with all their...
Ezek maradhatnak. Jó. Maradjon így.
Aye.
An army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
We'll catch 'em all!
Discipline shall bring us victory.
You mad? Don't shake that!
The chase is on!
No time for that!
Azt még nem akarom kijátszani. Az jó. Ez is jó. A többit meg megtartom.
Should have listened to me old lady.
This could hurt.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Company! Forward march!
Go, hop, hop!
Watch your heads! Ow!
I fear not, for faith guides me.
Egy pont. Nagyszerű. Kulcs kell hozzá. Na jól van. Egy mosdószünet, aztán jövök vissza, egy 5 perc, és folytatjuk innen. Na, visszajöttem. Hát akkor egy kulcsot kéne keresnünk ehhez a ládához. Remélhetőleg találunk is. De hogy hol, azt még nem tudom. Na itt. Hát sajnálom Jügit, hogy nem értett túl, de hát a kincs, az kell nekünk, mert háború van. 650 pengő, nagyon jó. Scoutot bevásárolunk. Nagyszerű. És még közben tudunk fejleszteni egyet. $2500 fa, azt a mindenbe sok fa kell ezekhez. Hát ez lenne a legjobb a bamberök milyen. Ezt a szeppőrt nem látom értelmes egységnek. Hát általában mindenkinek 10 meg hasonló, de minimum 6 életereje van. Hát sose lesz olyan, hogy 4-nél többet tudjak sebezni. Még itt a nekkereken lehet, hogy ki lehetne játszani, de túl sok masszara szerintem. Jó, hát egyenlőre nem fejlesztünk. És akkor menjünk tovább. Ezt viszont lesz valami sztori csata.
What happened here?
Sadly, it was Rayla who met with surprise. 100-yard gap gaped in the unbreachable walls of Rosberg. The fortress itself was aflame, spewing black smoke into the sky.
I don't... How? It can't be!
There was no time to consider her question, for Nilfgaardian scouts had spotted Meave's company. The Queen knew battle was inevitable, so she gave the signal to form a defensive line, then drew her blade.
Hát könnyű azt mondani, hogy akadályozzuk meg a scoutokat, a felderítőket.
Your Grace, Nilfgaardian fighters remain in the city.
Hol van?
This could hurt.
Of course, as you wish, master.
We'll catch them all!
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
Bloody Horsens. They'll pay for this.
The chase is on!
Brach! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Off to the front yet again.
Quiet, or the commissar will hear.
I refuse to believe it. The king could not have died here.
Watch your heads!
Brach! Scheiß! In! Zwei!
Again and again and again. Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Should have listened to me old lady.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Again and again and again.
Catch!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
The unworthy shall be punished.
Watch for Demoven's banners! If he's here, we must find him!
Na keressük akkor Demovendet, a királyt.
The Lyrians met one note of luck in this song of woe. Rosberg had fallen, yes, but the Nilfgaardians, not expecting reinforcements from the south, had stationed only a small detachment to hold it. Meve led her men to victory and retook the fortress. Or rather, what was left of it. What they did not demolish during their assault, the Nilfgaardians burnt once inside the city. Countless charred corpses of both defenders and peasants seeking shelter from the invaders lay among the blackened ruins. Some had tried to shield their children from the fire with their own bodies. To no avail.
Gods be damned!
The Queen cried, pounding her fist against the wall. Meve was about to give the order to move on when she caught a stifled whimper coming from a pile of rubble. Her soldiers ran to the rescue, their bare hands digging through the fiery bricks.
Here! He's alive!
The man they pulled from the ruins had suffered horrible burns. His face was a stew of seared flesh and pus-filled boils, and he reeked of burnt meat. Seeing Black Rayla, the poor soul staggered to his feet and lifted a shaking hand in salute.
Engineer Lieutenant Xavier Lemons, reporting for duty. Medic! Send for a medic!
Lemons! What the devil's happened?
I know not. The East Tower. I led the defense. Heating oil to tan Nilfgaardian hides. A catapult struck. The cauldron tipped, burst into flames. The rest, I cannot say.
The fortress fell.
Fell? Damned Scoia'tael.
What was that?
Our preparations were perfect. A month, 2 we could have lasted, but traitors were among us. Elves, dwarves. Planted charges on the buttresses. An explosion shook the tower, a hole gaped in the wall. Our men threw themselves in, filling the breach.
Vermin, filthy, rotten vermin.
I know you suffer, soldier, but Queen Meve wishes to meet with your sovereign, Demavend. We must know what's become of him.
Gone, luckily. He oversaw the preparations, then returned to Aldersburg. 3 days past.
Then let us do the same. Reynard, prepare our departure.
Hold your grace. Did anyone survive? Anyone at all?
The Nilfgaardians might have taken prisoners. There's hope.
How could they? An entire detachment? An entire city? The animals.
Soldier, my medics will tend to you as best they can. Then we can escort you home if...
This is my home, Your Grace. Rosberg. I beg you, let me join your company. Let me exact revenge.
I respect your fighting spirit, good man. But in your state...
Your Grace, I can hold neither shield nor sword, but I can still fight in my own way. I'm an engineer. I build siege towers, ballistae, bridges, whatever you wish. I pray, grant me a chance.
Such pain, such ferocity resounded in Xavier's rasping, distorted voice that Meve could not refuse his plea. Once the medics had bandaged his wounds, Meve's men set out towards Aldersburg, following Demavend and the Nilfgaardians. At one point in their journey, Black Rayla rode up next to Meve. The warrior's lips were a thin line, bitten to blood.
Milady, the road to Aldersburg leads through Moulderwood, where Eldane's Scoia'tael prowl. Same filth who killed my men and delivered Rosberg to the Black Butchers.
Rayla breathed deeply to steady her furious, shaking voice.
Please, milady, I ask you upon the holies, let us find them and destroy them.
Meve gave a slight nod. It seemed the road to Aldersburg would prove long and full of challenges.
A pity Willem is not with us. Were he to see what lies before our eyes, caught a whiff of the burnt bodies, perhaps he would see with whom he now consorts, whom he allowed in our home with nary a fight.
If it be your majesty's wish, I shall send a rider to the prince with her.
I wish nothing of the sort. I will not correspond with the enemy.
Nézzük meg az új lapunkat. Mert azt, hogy berakjuk, ahhoz kell nekünk egy lapot kiszednünk. Itt van. Ez nagyon jó lap, Ike, úgyhogy őt nem fogom kiszedni. Nem tudom, hogy szedjük ki. Viszont be kell raknunk valamit, így nem lesz jó. Gascont kiszedjük. Van valami 4 vagy az alatti? Hát filmedik, de azt nem akarok berakni. Ó, tudunk csinálni arbalistát? Fú, de elég drága. Hát attól függetlenül csinálunk vagy kettőt. Sőt, igazság szerint 3-at is csinálnék. Csinálunk is 3-at. Azokat sokkal jobban szeretem, mint azokat a lovasságokat.
Yes? This Eldane. Could you tell me about him?
He should hang.
I'd hope to hear advice that will be useful to us in battle.
First of all, you can't rightly trust the bastard. He doesn't respect our laws, doesn't share our morals. The king once dispatched an envoy to Eldane, despite my advice to the contrary. Found the envoy the next day, eyes gouged out, shaft of his white flag jammed down his throat.
So, diplomacy's clearly not the wisest course. But what of battle? What tactics does he employ?
Like all elves, he's a worm. Avoids open confrontation, sets ambushes, attacks from the shadows, from midst the trees. It would be best to burn this whole forest to the ground, deprive him and his folk of cover, any place to hide.
Sounds rather drastic. Like tossing the babe out with the bath.
Believe me, they'd not hesitate to do the same to us. Not for a moment.
Rayla, how are you holding up?
Hát igen.
Not certain I understand what you mean.
All Edirne is aflame. Nilfgaard's banners fly over its cities. Don't tell me you're not troubled.
Of course I'm troubled. I stationed at Rosberg for 5 years. Knew all on the crew there by name. But that's war. That's its nature. No sense bemoaning it.
I see. Just know if ever you wish to talk.
I won't. But I do appreciate your concern, ma'am.
I must go.
Your Majesty, I've been meaning to thank you for allowing me to join your ranks.
Certainly, Xavier. I welcome all foes of Nilfgaard to march beneath my banner. But what did the field surgeon say? Have you not resumed work too soon?
I've strength enough to wield a hammer, though my scars still burn, and fiercely so. My lady, I've seen folk turn and frown at the very sight of me. If my appearance disgusts you, I can...
Nonsense. The Nilfgaardians, not you, should be ashamed. You've no reason to hide, no reason to cower.
Thank you, my lady. It means a great deal to hear that.
You've long served in King Demoven's army, haven't you?
Yes, Your Grace.
Why enlist at all? What prompted you to do so?
The king needed engineers. I answered the call.
Not terribly talkative, are you?
I can build any bridge, any ballista, but to talk, well, it hurts to talk.
I see. Well, do not worry. I prefer deeds to words, in myself and others. Other matters await my attention.
As you wish, my lady.
Na, mindenkivel beszélgettünk. Minden rendben van, na induljunk. Még annyit csinálunk, hogy még egy scoutot dobunk neki. Még legyen végre ezt, akkor felfedezzük az egészet. Jó. Oké, van még? Ó, gyönyörű. Szerintem már nem lesz több. Jó. Akkor a scouttal nem kell tovább foglalkoznunk. Most már csak menetelnünk kell előre. 5000 aranynál tudunk fejlesztést csinálni.
Dwarves breach the walls, plowing traitors. Where's the king? Why'd he leave us a black-clad mercy? They took everything. I'd head to the wood, but my fear of the Scoia'tael. Dwarves breached the wall. Where's the king? What? They took everything.
Meade's ears caught the sound of a ruckus coming from the camp.
Feet! Inglet! A pox upon you all!
It was her quartermaster hurling oaths at the peasants she had freed from the Nilfgaardian slave convoy. A few had stolen supplies under the cover of darkness and escaped into the woods. Terror and dread gripped the other freed prisoners. Meave mulled over what to do with them, and Reynard, as always, offered some advice.
"'Tis high time they went off on their own, your grace. They are too great a hindrance. They slow our march, divert our soldiers from more important tasks. And now this."
Gascon was listening to their conversation. Meave shot him a questioning look.
I opposed taking them in. So, for consistency, I now oppose forcing them to leave. We made their miserable lives our responsibility, did we not? Well then, that is a burden we cannot simply shrug off.
Let us not mince words. We cast off these peasants now, they shall die.
Meave said in the end.
Let them stay. But I want them watched. They cause any more trouble, military justice they shall face. Understood?
The freed prisoners sighed with relief. The infantrymen assigned to watch over them, however, grumbled their disapproval of the Queen's decision.
"'Tis an army, not a shelter,"
they said. Meave's ears surely caught the complaint. But the Queen had never let the opinions of others guide her in such matters, trusting only her own judgment.
Hol van a legközelebbi loot? Itt fenn. Mi van, kutyus?
Not liking the looks of this,
Gascon said, furrowing his brow. Meave followed his gaze. Before them, beside the road, stood a hut with a scorched thatch roof.
Why?
Huts abandoned, yet dried fruit and mushrooms hang from the eaves. Famine raging all around and no one's been tempted. I'd send a scout if I were you.
The Queen did as Gascon suggested, and sent 3 infantrymen to reconnoitre. They entered the hut and found only silence, that was soon broken by a blood-curdling growl. The soldiers ran out at full speed, tripping over their own legs. Meave drew her sword, convinced a horde of neckers or ghouls would soon attack. But her fears proved unfounded. Instead of monsters, out of the hut came a shaggy dog, a torn scrap of fabric clutched in its teeth.
"Milady,"
one of the soldiers began, his face red with embarrassment and his hands covering a hole in his breeches.
"Was dark as a well inside, and that hound, it jumped out at us all of a sudden, biting it and snapping."
Bad boy,
Gascon said with a smile, then pulled a hunk of dried sausage from his bag. Bought by this generous offering, the dog calmed down at once. Further examination showed the dog was the hut's only resident. Like many others in Aedirn, its owners had disappeared without a trace. Their loyal mutt still guarded the premises, waiting for his master's return.
Let's take him with us,
Gascon said.
Otherwise, he'll die here, of his own hunger or someone else's.
Hogy a viharban?
A watchful sentry like this
Hogy
could
a
prove
viharban?
useful in our camp.
Said the Queen.
Fine, he can join. But he shall need a name.
How about Reynard?
Proposed Gascon. A cheeky grin smeared across his face.
That way, he'll come when you call, sit on command, and always be a heel. Always heel, that is.
Watch your words,
said Reynard, hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword.
Or you'll learn I'm not at all as tame as you believe.
Enough, both of you. That's an order. As for you...
The Queen took a good look at the dog, who still had a scrap of fabric in his teeth.
Since it seems you've a taste for the cloth of the nether regions, I dub you... Knickers. Will that do?
The dog wagged its tail vigorously, as if thoroughly pleased with its new name. Meave's company marched off, a furry new recruit richer.
Yes! Meg kell néznem ezt a lapot. Oh boy, oh boy. Hol vagy? Ingyen lap. Elég sok aranyat elvittek azok a mocskos kis rabszolgák. Fene az arcukat. Komolyan. Ój, nem szeretlek téged. Na mindegy, hát harc az harc. Micsoda? De mi hogy halhat meg?
This could hurt.
Bigger they are, easier they are to target.
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
Újra kezdjük, már rájöttem, hogy kell. Először is őt kijátsszuk.
Stop your yapping and start digging.
Hey?
Gonna need 3 buckets of nails and a tub full of pegs.
Not going into the fray already, are we?
Ezt valahogy úgy kell megcsinálni, hogy szerintem először kidobjuk a izét. Először az IS.
This could hurt.
Hey?
It's gonna be a right good levy, big and beautiful.
Left, right, left. What now?
Stop your yapping and start digging.
Hát haladjunk tovább. Megöltük ezt, akkor már csak erre lehet fölfele jönni.
Neve and her companions neared the Moulderwood, a dense, ancient forest of trees whose tangled branches had witnessed the conjunction of the spheres. It was not until King Vidamont's day that a road was finally carved through the primeval thicket, significantly shortening the journey from Rossburg to Aldersburg.
Even when peace reigns, danger rules this road.
Rayla said.
Now no one dares travel it.
At the edge of the wood by the road stood an enormous willow. Its branches swept down to cover its trunk, looking for all the world like long tresses shrouding a woman's face. Neve had an ill premonition. She did not like the sickly sweet aroma wafting from this tree, nor the metallic buzzing of insect wings. she sent a scout to investigate. He drew aside the drooping branches and stumbled back. There were men bound to the tree, covered in sap oozing from gashes in its trunk. Its heavy scent had attracted swarms of insects, flies, wasps, bees and beetles. They seethed over the bound men, crawling in and out of their ears and nostrils.
Eldane welcomes us to his wood,
Rayla whispered. Meve stepped towards the tree and saw the men stuck to it were all still alive. Those the elves had caught recently writhed and howled for rescue. Those hanging longer merely followed the queen with half-crazed, bloodshot eyes.
Well, are you to stand there all day?
Meve screamed to her dumbstruck Lyrians.
Free them, at once!
Her soldiers needed no more prompting and set about sawing at the ropes with their blades. As soon as they had freed the first captive, before even a word of thanks could be uttered, a flaming streak soared through the air and stuck in the tree. The oozing resin burst into flames, engulfing the prisoners as well as the soldiers who had come to their aid. Elder speech battle cries rang out from the woods as elven warriors launched their attack.
Nilkancia! It's a trap!
Cried Reynard.
Defend the queen!
Keep your heads in the fight! They'll seek to blind us with shock and awe!
Nay, dwan fe cemest.
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. Now we will see who is weak.
Kill them! Kill them all!
Aye. Should have listened to me old lady.
I shall not fail!
My pain serves a purpose.
One bullet's all I need.
dance of death! Ha! Ha!
Na, olyat tudunk csinálni, hogy visszavesszük Xaviert.
This is elven land, Dwan, upon which your kind dies.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
This harvest will be reaping black-clad heads.
Have strength, my love.
Give me a target.
We must trust each other.
Gyönyörű!
This could hurt.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Watch your heads.
The storm is coming. Let's enjoy the weather while we still can.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Nem lehet a kutyát buffolni, ne! Kutya! Őt buffolom, hogy még több düngyet tudjunk benyelni. Kösz.
A knight should help. Our codex commands it.
Don't let them regroup! Finish off the wounded!
The battle done, Meve surveyed the carnage, her breath still ragged. The thick stench of blood, sap, and ash she sucked in made her stomach churn and head swoon.
The Scoia'tael. I'd heard of their cruelty, but...
The Queen said, sheathing her sword.
But never have I countenanced a thing like this.
Black Rayla, who had just extracted her blade from between an elven gorilla's ribs, smiled darkly.
Worst is yet to come, my lady.
The Queen regrouped her forces and marched into the Moulderwood. The Lyrians sang none of their usual marching songs. Instead, they walked in silence, eyes darting constantly to their flanks.
Hear that? Nightingales. Unmindful of war, they sing on.
Those are no birds, my lady. Just Scoia'tael scouts use animal cries to communicate. Tell the men to hold to the road, my lady. Anyone wanders in the trees, they don't come out.
Térképpen hogy vagyunk? Meg nagyon sok minden van. Több pénzre van szükségünk, mert ez írtózatosan kevés. Még egy 1000-es. Megint. Ez jó. A Black Rail-a most már jöhet. Nem, a kutya nem kell.
Nee, Duan Vacamest.
Left, right, left, right.
Az igen.
Again and again and again.
Her Majesty is exceptional.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Slaughter them to a man!
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Death to humans!
Reinhardtot visszahozzuk, mert akkor tudunk még 2-t idézni. Viszont most ezek nagyot kapnak, nagyon. Ha csak nem ezekre küldi. Pedig én ezekre küldeném, mert akkor nagyobb valószínűséggel nyerne.
Now we will see who is weak.
De nem szeretem őket. Egyet el is buktunk. Azt a mindenit, de nagyokat ütnek.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
I smell a leak.
Ezt fogom elintézni, hogyha itt nem hal meg senki. És talán még tudok is idézni egyet, az majd nagyon jó lenne.
Fine! If my coin's rank to ye, go kiss a dog neath its tail.
Aye. Arbalist at your command.
A Sideman-t ki fogják nyírni. De én cserébe kinyírom az végigjátszást.
I'm a ward servant.
Ezt viszont beúszolom így.
I shall not fail!
Should have listened to me old lady.
Dance of death! Ha! Ha!
Death to Old One!
Enough chit-chat. Draw your weapon.
Na, még egy győzelmet arattunk. Tehát nem megölni kell őket, hanem egyre kell levinni a HP-üket. Mindenki Archer.
Oh, Lady Margarita told us of this.
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save them.
Doubt I'll ever pay off these school loans.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Jaj, de megütöttem volna még őt is, nem?
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
As you wish, milady.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save. One bolt's all I need.
Oh, Lady Margarita told us of this.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save. Lyria! One bolt's all I need.
Becker's Dark Mirror. Ott van egy láda. Na nézzük most mivel állunk szembe.
This could hurt.
Nee, dwan vi kemest.
Watch your heads.
Special prize, just for you, love.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Let us sing the song of steel!
Enough chit-chat. Draw your weapon.
Again and again and again.
Getting to work.
Aye.
Look what the werecat dragged in.
Company! Forward march!
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target.
A knight should help. Our codex commands it.
I shall not fail!
Reynardot visszahozom, akkor még 2 tudok idézni.
None shall tread on us! Now we will see who is weak!
Everything all right?
We must trust each other.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
Left, right, left, right.
Have strength, my love.
Again and again and again.
Our ballista, your command.
Brian!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Na, azzal is meg vagyunk. Ohó, mi ez? Tudunk építeni. Workshop. Mennyi ennek az ára? Ez elég húzós. Hát egyenlőre nem tudom, hogy ezek megérnék-e. De innen ezek annyira lényegtelenek. Kifejlesztem ezt. Lehet ezt fogom. Egyenlőre spóroljunk szerintem. És nem költök semmire, mert ide be tudunk rakni viszont még egyet. Hát ezt a helyet lehetne, de azt nem fogom berakni. Ez esélytelen. Fake Florence-t azt berakom. És akkor a mapon azt mondja, hogy erre fogunk menni. Itt megyünk egy kört, aztán így erre. Jó. Még azt hadd nézzem meg, hogy hogy állunk a ládákkal. 5/9, akkor még 4 van ez a mapon, ami kb. 2000 arany, ami nem lesz elég szinte semmire, az a baj. Jó, ezt fel fogjuk ismerni, mert ez... ez nagyon jó, ez kell. Nem vagyunk hátrányba, az nagyon jó. Lehet veletek beszélgetni? Nem, meg vagytok kukulva. Ó, az öreg ember. Ez biztos adni fog nekem valami. Elküld egy küldetésre. Aha, itt lesz egy csata. Meg itt lesz valami. Jó.
On the edge of the Moulderwood there stood a small village, Crumhorn. The hamlet was surrounded by a high palisade, while the villagers carried makeshift weapons, flails, axes, and nail-studded planks. Life as the Scoia'tael's neighbors was clearly not easy. While her men rested, Meave approached two of the villagers. They lowered their heads in respect and fidgeted nervously with their shirt hems.
My lady, reckon you ought to know. Elves meeting traders in the woods at night. Buy swords, herbs.
Rayla, who had overheard the conversation, twisted her mouth in a hateful scowl.
Hawkers stink worse than vermin. Willing to help murderers for coin. Please, milady. We must find them and punish them. You, talk. Where do these meetings take place?
The peasants looked at each other. One scratched his head, the other toed the sand. Finally, one of them blurted out,
Could tell you, my lady, yes, but only for gold.
I see I'm dealing with shrewd men of trade. Fine. Your fee.
Meve took a few coins from her pouch and tossed them on the ground. The peasants dropped on all fours and started snatching the coins from the grass, ignoring the contemptuous gaze of the Queen's soldiers.
Them orcas wheeled them goods to the old fishing hut north of here. Scoia'tael come a-crawling from the woods, the first crow of the cockerel.
The Queen told her men to prepare to fight the Scoia'tael and their abettors. Black Rayla sat on a fallen trunk and sharpened her sword. The grinding of stone on blade sounded a grim promise.
When two dogs fight, a third's sure to get the bone. When two dogs fight, we got the gold. Them elves will get a beating. Now that's what I call. We got the gold. When two dogs...
Na hát eddig jók vagyunk. Adtunk nekik egy kis aranyat. Fene essen beléjük. Aha, tehát hogyha egyik velünk van, akkor ez, itt nem kell áldoznunk egységeket. Ennyi jó. Aha, itt vannak a...
Meve arrived at the hut the villagers claimed to be the meeting point for the Scoia'tael and the hawkers. Torchlight flickered amidst the trees, and she heard the sound of hushed voices.
Your Grace,
Whispered Rayla.
they're in our grasp. We must act quickly before the elves retreat into the woods.
Worry not, Rayla.
The Queen said, patting her on the back.
I shan't let a chance like this slip. Attack!
The Lyrians rushed out of the woods at the unsuspecting elves and merchants. Moments later, the sound of combat filled the dark wood.
Na, harcoljunk. Ezt a filmeriket lehet kiszedem a pakliból amúgy. Fú, ez nagyon jó, hogy megkaptuk előinte. Egy jó lap, de nem kell az elején. Kutyát biztos, hogy nem. Odó jó lesz. Ő nem kell, ő se kell. Az ilyeszokat
Hawker scum!
Ezt meg kell ölnünk. Ez, fú, ez olyan idegesítő egység.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Got business for me?
Left, right, left, right.
Azt el kell pusztítanom, minél hamarabb.
Special price. Just for you, love.
Again and again and again.
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
Armor won't save them.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Defedvara!
I smell a leak.
Should have listened to me old lady.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
You mad? Don't say that!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Lyria!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Let us sing the song of steel!
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Nem sok esélyük van szegényeknek.
None shall tread on us!
Nem tudom, hogy nyert, de biztos.
Now we will see who is weak! Aye.
Oh, my little egg.
Hát az
The
ilyen
storm's
szérünk a
coming.
leginkább
Let's enjoy the weather while we still can.
Akkor egy íjást visszahozunk.
We ought to help one or the other.
Ezt tudja előbb.
One boat's all I need.
Wow. És passzolni fogja a kört, már nincsen több lapunk. Ezt megnyertük simán. Megnézem, hogy kibe lőnek bele. És akkor mi is passzolunk.
There's but one penalty for trading with elves.
Meve pulled off a rare trick. She laid a trap for the Scoia'tael in their own woods. The surrounded elves fought to the bitter end, choosing death over human captivity. Neve cracked open the hawker's chests and stared at a mass of tangled oakum. Perplexed, she dug deeper and found the real goods hidden underneath. Bolts with entrail-pureeing hooks, leg-snapping bear traps, and incurable poisons.
Oh, scummy.
Instruments of cruelty,
said Reynard, looking over the chest's contents.
Designed to deliver maximum pain and a prolonged death.
'Tis shameful to fight with such things.
The usually quiet Ache blurted out. Gascon did not share in the general gloom. He reached for one of the arrows and balanced it in his hand with curiosity.
A corpse is a corpse. It cares not how it became one. And these marvels, oh, my lads could do fine things with them.
The ends justify the means.
Neve said curtly as she grabbed a weapon from one of the chests. Her soldiers followed suit and equipped themselves with hawker arms. Soon enough, the elves would feel the pain they'd hoped to inflict on others.
Az igen. Az gold, az jöhet mindig. Majd nézzek meg valamit. A mapokra vagyok kíváncsi most. Hát ilyet még nem láttam. Ez meg egy kanyar. Jó. Ez már egy hasznos képesség. Na, erre átváltunk. Ez jónak néz ki. Végre egy hasznos képesség. Fejlesztek a tenten egyet. Jó, ezzel meg vagyunk. Ezzel is ebbe a zónában. Most már csak ez van. Itt van 2, meg itt van 3. Ezeket nem fogjuk kifejleszteni a workshoposokat szerintem, mert olyan lényegtelen lapokat adnak számomra, hogy... Tehát a forager-t sose használtam. Infiltrator nem szeretem, alkemistát nem szeretem. A vagont innen játszottam egy ideig, de most már a drummer bolyokkal több lehetőség áll előttünk, mint a vagonnal, úgyhogy... A vagont a IAS-szal, a Wegenburggal lehetett jól kombózni. Innen nem lenne rossz a Bomber Plus, szóval... azért megéri, még lehet elmenni ebbe az irányba. Itt viszont semmi nincs, ami érdekelne lapok közül. Ez teljesen fölösleges. Hát ezt meg majd kifejlesztjük idővel. Most ezt meg kifejlesztettük. Jó, nincsen senki, akivel tudnánk beszélgetni, úgyhogy haladjunk tovább. Mapon nincsen semmi, ami... Hogy néznek ki a mapok? Ilyen tök, meg egy ilyen kanyar, de ezt a kanyart nem is lehet. Ezt lehet nem tudjuk átvinni. Megcsinálunk mi mindent, nem idétlenkedünk rajta. 50 fa az jó, lényegesnek lényeges, de... Van itt valahol fal? Hogy nézett az ki? Arrafele lehet, hogy elmegyek ott lentre. Hogyha ellát ott balra, mert ott lehet az egyik. Az se sok.
Huntsman's away from hearth and home. Watch out for the acromantula. Mighty fine pumpkin harvest this year. Watch out for the acromantula. Watch out for the acromantula. Watch out for the acromantula.
Jó, és akkor nekünk kell egy olyan, hogy egy kanyar, de vízben lenne kanyar szerintem. Lehet, hogy tévedek, de nem tudom. Ezzel meg vagyunk. Ezeket bezárom közben, mert zavar, hogy tekergetni kell. Ez vízfolyásnak néz ki nekem. Szikla meg 2 fa. De hol van vízfolyás a mapon? Ilyen. Hát még itt lehet ennél a kanyarnál igazság szerint. Megnézzük. Mert akkor nem vízfolyás, nem, egy sziklát keresünk, ez nem az. Az egy altár. Hát egyenlőre menjünk ide. Nem tudom hol lehet. Aha, itt van a varjú. De nem itt lesz a... Hogy hívják szerintem attól függetlenül. Mi van veled? Itt van valaki a... Square lesz, mert hát hallottam a hangját. Shortened battle az jó, akkor egykörös. Drummerök jöhetnek. Te nem kell lesz, te se kell lesz. Te még annyira se, a biter nem. Ő jöhet. Rayla...
Again and again and again.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow.
Kayam! Left, right, left, right.
Lényegtelen, kijátsszuk most őt.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
You mad? Don't shake that!
One boat I need. Aye.
Fú, ez nagyon jó, mikor csalapálhatod.
Blood and neck ends. Similian Vat.
This could hurt.
Your best!
Fú, kegyetlen jó. Ez a hős képesség, ez kegyetlen jó.
Discipline shall bring us victory.
Az nem számít, hogy megtámadják Odót, mert nem az a lényeg.
Should have listened to me old lady. This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Everything all right?
Ezt ki kell cserélni a fake Florent. Ezt kirátszuk.
Wow. Give me a target.
Felfele is indulhatunk először, akkor menjünk fölfelé. Szkoljött el a erdőből a susmorog.
Meve was discussing some matter with Gascon when a scout approached. His blood-streaked uniform revealed the matter to be urgent, so the Queen cut short her conversation and requested a report.
We were scouting, milady, and we found a cave entrance. Small scattering of elves guarding it, but we took them right out.
Gascon scratched his chin.
I'd wager 10 Novigrad crowns there are more Scoia'taels squirreled away inside. We strike before they know we've snuffed out their guards, we might well catch them by surprise. But we must act quickly.
Then let us act. Gather some men and prepare them for an attack. But keep quiet.
The Lyrians crept into the cave. They moved carefully, noiselessly even, avoiding notice for quite a while. Nevertheless, elven warriors soon came pouring out of a side cavern.
Standard battle? Akkor meg kell spórolni az egységeket a második körre. Ó, azt még mindig nem vettem ki, meg első... Jobban kell figyelnem. Ez jó, ezek jók.
Left, right, left, right.
Now we will see who is weak.
Again and again and again.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Oh my.
Az igen.
They're not backing down. Must be something of value to them here.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Company! Forward march!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
This could hurt.
El fogja passzolni szerintem ezt a kört. Nem. Mennyi van itt? 2?
I shall not fail! None shall tread on us!
Dwarf!
Now we will see who is weak. Aye. One bolt's all I need.
Na, passzolja vagy nem passzolja el a kört?
Kayam!
Oh, my little lay.
Most már el kéne, hogy passzolja. Én is így gondoltam. Mi is elpasszoljuk, mert így megvan az első kör. És akkor folytatjuk a másodikkal. Ó, a kutya itt marad? Remek.
You'll never take me alive!
Hogy ezzel kezdtünk, ez hatalmas előny.
I shall not fail! Should have listened to me, old lady.
Fear not. We shall achieve our goal.
You must sweat like a swine in that jacket.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Szegénynek nem sok esélye van.
Oh my.
Ez elég jó lap, ez a Hawker Healer. Ez tetszik nekem.
Armor won't serve.
Reynardot, ha kijátszuk, akkor tudunk még idézni 2 egységet, bár nem hiszem, hogy szükségünk van rá. Még egy drummert tudnánk, meg 2 infiltratort, de nem hiszem, hogy megéri. Ez jó neki, mert fel fogják hílelni egymást. Az egy jó kombó volt. Őt berakjuk a hátsó sorba. Így. Őket meg megütjük, és ők átkerülnek a hátsó sorba, hogy égjenek. Király.
Death to humans!
Jó, az egyik elpusztult.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
This is elven land, Dwan, upon which your kind dies.
We ought to help one or the other.
We must trust each other.
God's blast it! My breastplate chafes.
They resisted to the very end.
When the Lyrians broke the elven ranks, Meve was convinced their foe would retreat and regroup. But to her surprise, the Scoia'tael fought to the bitter end. She concluded there must have been something truly valuable hidden in that cave. As Meve entered the next chamber, her nose caught the stink of blood, pus, and urine. Then she understood. The elves were using the cave as a field hospital. Wounded fighters lay by the cavern walls. They made no attempt to defend themselves, nor to beg, nor to make peace with the gods. They merely watched the Lyrians calmly, with stark contempt.
Ó, az érdekes lap.
Milady,
whispered Rayla.
you saw what the Scoia'tael are capable of. What they do to humans. They would have no mercy for...
Reynard, usually calm, could not hold back and cut Rayla off.
What, pray, do you suggest? That we murder the wounded?
The warrior responded in a whisper, slowly emphasizing her words.
I suggest you leave. Leave me and my men. We'll take care of the rest.
Neve looked the warrior in the eyes and was terrified by what she saw.
No, Rayla. We shall not touch them. Do you understand?
Rayla was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she nodded and left the cave. Reynard followed her with his gaze, hand on hilt.
Reynard, listen to me. You are to keep a close watch on Rayla until we are at least a day's ride from this cave. If she separates from the column, if she tries to double back, I wish to hear about it. Do you understand?
Reynard nodded. Despite the day's victory, they left the cave in a somber mood.
Nem fogok megölni a sebesülteket, ezt felejtsétek el. Viszont a pénzt azt elrakjuk. De hol lehet az a... Nem tudom. Bevallom, őszintén nem tudom, pedig itt kéne lennie valahol. Ja, kaptunk ointmentet. Hol van? Itt. Ez nem rossz. Fék Floren helyett simán berakom. Viszont én a... infiltratorokat kiveszem, mert nem látom a értelmüket. Ezek jó damage-elő karakternek. Majd meglátjuk, hogy van a haszna. Merre megyünk? Vissza? Akkor szerintem csak leportálunk ide. Hol lehet olyan kanyar? Na, nem tudom. egyszerűen nem tudom ezt hova rakni, hogy hol lehet ez a kincs. Hát majd visszajövünk, hogyha nem találjuk. Sem fog itt keresgélni ennyi ideig.
Have we not passed this way before?
Scouts say no, Your Grace. They mark the trees.
Elves could have erased the marks, or left new ones where we've yet to tread. Best to follow the sun. Only way not to lose your bearings.
Itt van valami. Még nem megyünk el a főküldetés felé balra. Itt viszont nem biztos, hogy át tudunk menni. Akkor körbe megyünk. Valószínűleg ez lesz a vége a mapnak. Én viszont eljövök ide, mert én arra el akarok menni jobbra. Az azt jelenti, hogy tudunk gyártani valamit a workshopba. De nem akarok most pazarolni, mert már itt elég drágák a dolgok. Ezt viszont kifejlesztjük, ez nem egy nagy fejlesztési költség az átlaghoz képest. És akkor itt 150-re megnöveli, ez 200-ra, de felesleges, mert most úgyse használunk annyi egységet. Száz fát tudnánk szerezni tőle, vagy morált. Morállal meg tudok küzdeni, de szerintem a fát megéri megszerezni. Úgyhogy a fát fogunk szerezni valószínűleg itt. Mind a kettő ugyanaz, de... Igen. Szükségünk van mindenre. Ezt így meg szeretném csinálni, és akkor utána... Lehet, hogy utána eljövünk ide, nem tudom még. Nem, ezt itt meg kell csinálni, így. Akkor jobbra megyünk mindenféleképpen. Fú, nem mindegy, hogy döntek, és csak úgy mehetek tovább jobbra. Na nézzük.
Meave's path took her to the village of Iconfurt. Unlike most settlements in the area, not a single human dwelled here. Instead, only elves and dwarves sat on its porches and stared at the passing Lyrians with clear aversion. Not a single greeting was extended to their allies in arms. Not a single peddler tried to hawk their wares. The only sound was that of snapping shutters and slamming doors.
Something's amiss,
Rayla said, furrowing her brow.
Order a halt, my lady, and give me a moment to look around.
You've a quarter of an hour.
Meave said as she dismounted.
And not a moment more.
The Queen sat in the shade of a large pear tree. She shut her eyes and listened to the chirping of crickets in the grass, savouring a rare moment of relaxation. But the calm did not last. Within moments, one of her scouts returned, a certain Sergeant Niedermere. Tears streamed down his weathered, scar-pocked face.
Lady, come with us, please. You'll need to see this for yourself.
The sergeant led her to the still, smouldering remains of a mill. Her soldiers were picking things out from the ashes. When she got closer, she realized in horror they were human skulls, some no larger than apples.
Tell the villagers to gather by the well.
The Queen said in a strained voice.
Or be executed.
The elves and dwarves attempted no denials. They admitted Eldane and his Scoia'tael had helped them round up all the humans in their village, march them into the mill, then set it aflame.
They stole our lands, defiled our names, beat us, murdered us in bloodthirsty pogroms,
shouted one of the dwarves.
They had it coming to them. Got their comeuppance, I'd say.
Meave was no stranger to the cruelty of war, but the enormous evil she found in Iconfurt overwhelmed her. She felt a terrible weight on her chest, found it hard to draw breath, and her head spun. She felt she could hear the cries of humans being burned alive.
Ma'am,
whispered Reynard.
You must pronounce something.
Or simply turn the matter over to me, Your Grace.
Rayla interrupted.
I know what to do.
Do as you see fit.
Meave said quietly, gaze fixed on the ground. The Queen snapped her reins and rode out of the village. She did not want to witness the bloody massacre of non-humans her soldiers were about to perpetrate. What she had seen at the mill already sufficed to keep her awake for many nights to come.
Hát, ez elég durva. Azért történnek itt esetek, amiket nem tudok nagyon megmagyarázni. Hát... Tehát ez, hogy azért mindenkit, a gyerekeket, meg mindent begyújtottak, és akkor senkit nem érdekel ez.
What was that?
Meave asked Reynard, who rode beside her.
A scream. A man's, I think.
Need to investigate. Gather a few men and we ride. Quickly!
The screaming came from a small settlement. When Meave rode up to its farmhouses, her horse reared and neighed in terror. Necrophages swarmed all around. The monsters surrounded a few Nilfgaardians who were trying, with no success, to chase them off with torches. Reynard swept his gaze over the carnage and said,
They cannot stave them off, and their armor is too heavy for them to flee.
Meave was uncertain at first how to act. But when she saw ghouls snatch one of the Nilfgaardians and rip him to shreds, she drew her sword.
No one deserves such a death. Not even a Nilfgaardian. Follow me!
Na. Az jó. Legalább megismerünk új lapokat.
Lower your weapons!
Miért itt
We're here
fel?
to rescue you!
This evil I shall trample out, root and branch!
Left, right, left, right.
Well, why do you help us?
Again and again and again.
I'm a war servant.
I smell a leak.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Lyria!
Are you mad? Don't shake that!
Should have listened to me, old lady. Let the ghouls eat them, I say.
Silence! The Queen has made her decision.
My pain serves a purpose.
One vote's all I need.
Thing about slings, they hide well.
Company! Forward march!
Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth?
It worked, Your Grace. The monsters flee.
The Lyrians and the Nilfgaardians fought the monsters side by side, a united force. But when the last necrophage fell, the soldiers immediately returned to their respective divisions. Meave's soldiers looked at the invaders askance, uncertain what would happen next. Suddenly, one of the Nilfgaardians broke ranks and fell to his knees.
Your Grace, I know you have no reason to trust us, but we are not enemies. We hail from Geso, a land Nilfgaard conquered and made its province. We did not ask to fight in this war by force. We were conscripted.
The soldier hefted his sword by the blade and handed it, hilt first, to the Queen.
We yearned for a way to desert, and we have found it. Your Grace, allow us to join your army. We long for the Empire's defeat every bit as much as you do.
Meave helped the kneeling soldier to his feet.
The enemy of Nilfgaard is my friend, no matter who he is or whence he hail.
The Lyrians were clearly displeased with their queen's decision. The black-clad deserters from Geso would need to earn their trust.
Na végre tudtunk egyet imádkozni. Hát itt se jutunk át, úgyhogy... Na, akkor innen mindent összeszedtünk, ez a híd le van rombolva, szóval ide csak így tudunk majd jönni. Akkor itt lesz a vége a körnek. De gondolkodjunk, hogy hol lehet az a rejtett kincs. Még esetleg itt lehet valahol. Vagy itt? Hát nem tudom. Mindegy, menjünk a küldetés irányába. Ezek az új lapok. Hát ez nem tetszik nekem. Meg itt van ez. Ez viszont nem rossz, mert ez ugyanazt csinálja, mint a... micsodánk? Arbalisztánk. Csak ez a gyengébbik verzió, viszont ugyanaz a passzív, és kint van már az első körben elméletileg. Viszont ha ez így van, akkor a slingereket én kiveszem és berakom a arbalistákat, mert ez hasznos lehet. Viszont többet nem szeretnék csinálni itt. Hát ezt lehetne növelni, de olyan fölösleges, mert még úgy használom ki a teljes tabellát. Ez lehet, hogy jó, de még tároljuk a pénzünket szerintem, mert később lehetnek még jobb dolgok. Esetleg ezt legyárthatnánk, bár nem sok értelmét látom, mert a Training Groundson lesznek jó egységek itt a végén. Itt lehetne majd jókat boostolni szerintem. Ezek nem olyan jók. Meg itt van 2, itt lesz majd egy utolsó. A királyi sátrat azt már maximalizáltuk. Akkor... szerintem... hát ezt ki lehetne venni, de nem tudom, hogy megéri-e. Mert plusz nem kapunk, csak a bombásot belőle. Hogy az megéri-e az 5000 aranyat, meg az 1000 fát, azt nem hiszem. Attól függ majd, hogy mik lesznek itt a végén. Meg itt is, ezek majd attól függenek, hogy mik lesznek az utolsó sorban, amúgy nem éri meg még pénzt költeni erre. Itt is érdekes, hogy mik lehetnek még. Na jó van, 5 perc szünet. Mindenki mozgassa meg a nyakát, a kezeit, nehogy elgémberedjen. És akkor egy 5 perc múlva jövök, és akkor folytatjuk tovább, mert a... még most következik, az a main story láncot folytatja. Akkor egy pillanat. Na, itt is vagyok. Nem volt mondjuk 5 perc, de akkor folytassuk. Itt lesz a csata szerintem a Scoia'tael-el a nagy.
Neve was riding at the head of the caravan when Black Raylo rode up and leaned towards her. She spoke in a whisper, a hand shielding her mouth.
Your Grace, I have something important to tell you. Yet you can't show anything to miss. Look straight ahead. make no sudden moves.
Meave nodded slightly and waited for her to continue.
Scoia'tael scouts in the woods, watching us. Eldain's near here somewhere, preparing his attack.
So what do you propose?
Asked the Queen, her gaze fixed on the road ahead.
Let him catch us out in the open. We're sitting ducks. But there are ruins nearby, an elven cemetery. We can find cover behind its walls.
Meave was accustomed to discussing important decisions with all her advisors, but she knew there was no time for consultation now. She had to trust Black Rayla's advice, and so without further delay issued the appropriate orders. Meave's retinue reached the cemetery before dusk. Her soldiers knocked down the marble statuary and piled them into barricades, while scouts took up positions outside the walls to watch for the foe's approach. When the sun set, the woods exhaled the heat of the day, and a thick fog soon arose. Out of the mist stepped Reynard's scouts, bound and pushed forward by elves. One of the Scoia'tael, a sturdy elf with long hair, stood by the cemetery wall and cried,
I am Eldain. I would speak to Meave.
I am she. Speak.
Cadmil and Kedva Genvid, Renna. This place is of great import to us, the Enshe. I would tell you of its monuments, of the weeping Ensevern, carved by 3 generations of sculptors, or of the alabaster relief of King Kelad, so beautiful even the birds would gather to admire it. But I see your men have found our memorials, and, in the way of Dwan, destroyed them without a second thought. I cannot say this comes as a surprise. You've already shown the gods molded you from the basest of matter. You agreed to lynch an entire village, without trial.
Get to the point, Eldain.
So I shall. As you certainly know, the necropolis is surrounded. Soon there shall be a battle. But it is unseemly to fight in a cemetery. So I ask you to come out into the open.
And surrender our tactical advantage.
I suspected a matter so impractical as respecting the dead would mean nothing to you, Dwan. So I submit one more argument. The lives of the soldiers you sent to spy. If you leave the cemetery, I shall set them free. They will fight at your side. If not, I shall kill them, here and now.
Milady, don't listen to him. He can't be trusted.
Rayla, those are good men. Fabian, Gerrit, Matthias, they've served me for a decade. They'd crawl through 7 hells for their queen. They do not deserve such a death.
I accept your conditions.
Your Grace, I beg you.
Soldiers! We march into the field!
Eldain clasped his hands in thanks. Then, in a swift, almost careless movement, slit the throat of the scout standing nearest to him.
You should have listened to Rayla, Your Grace. We elves truly cannot be trusted. Spala!
Milyen jó kis lancolót nyomott. Az nagyon jó.
I warned you. Now we've lost the advantage.
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I take full responsibility.
Again and again and again.
Got business for me?
Army's a waste of time for one like me. Left, right, left, right.
Get into work.
Aye.
Watch your heads!
I'm a war servant. Should have listened to me, old lady.
Catch!
Onward, Fryhead!
We must trust each other.
Again and again and again.
One boat's all I need.
Good race. Our soldiers. We could have spared them that death.
Now we will see who is weak! This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me. I shall not fail!
Her Majesty is exceptional.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die. After them, to a man!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Blätter! Bina!
After a long, bloody battle, Eldane's unit was destroyed, and Eldane himself sat at Meave's feet, defeated and dying.
To die in a cemetery. Something amusing in it, wouldn't you say?
I am surprised you are in the mood for humour.
All my tears I shed years ago. My family, killed in a massacre aimed at eradicating our race. Senseless. Utterly senseless. Reyna, we have lost. Me, my Scoia'tael, the Enche. We shall vanish from this earth. Your grandchildren will know us in fairy tales only. I know I deceived you, but lay my bones to rest in a grave. Let me part this world with dignity. Ager Dregared.
Oh, please! How dare he? Look, he laughs, Your Grace! This dog should rot in an open field. Need I mention the willow? The men he strung from it? The men he burned alive?
Mercy you don't deserve, Eldane. I shall leave you where you lie, where rats will gnaw at your bones.
In your boots, I would do the same. Vasse derad, ep again.
Meave gave the order to march that very night, not waiting for the day to break. She wished to leave behind as soon as possible the moulderwood and the rotting elven remains littering Kedva cemetery. Black Rayla rode at the head of the caravan to the Queen's right, a satisfied smile playing on her lips.
Oh. Mandragora. Jézusom, mennyi pénz! Jézusom, mennyi pénz! Azt a vigadóját neki. Hát tele vagyunk pénzzel. De még mindig nem tudom, hogy hol lehet az a láda, ami el van ásva.
Oh, at last. I'd begun to think this wood had no end.
And I thought bandits knew their way round a wood.
We do. Around those not brimming with elves armed to teeth.
Nem sok minden van benne. De ez hol van? Még itt lehetne esetleg, de nem, mert egyértelműen egy fordított U alakú résznél van. Hát nem tudom, hol lehet. Jó, hát egyenlőre még nem megyünk vissza sehova, mert kellene egy jelzőtábla. Na, mi ez? Troll? Barátom? Vagy nem a barátom? Nem a barátom, Istenem! Na nézzük. Mi ez?
Without hesitation. As you command. Can't take it anymore. Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
We must trust each other.
Ez jó fejtörő volt, ez tetszett. Hú, Scepter of Storms. Megnézzük majd milyen. Az a baj, hogy szerintem elhagytuk a kincset már.
The burning fields and orchards spewed thick black smoke, turning day into darkest night. Riding in the middle of her caravan, Meve could see neither its head nor its rear. Reynard ordered the men to keep formation and march in silence.
Eyes open, fore and aft. The foe might well use these conditions to spring a trap.
When a scout's shrill horn cut through the silence, Meve immediately galloped to the front of the column. She found herself in a pile of red-hot coals that had once been peasants' huts.
What the devil happened here?
Bodies lay amid the ashes, barefoot men in nightshirts as if caught in their sleep. Meve deemed them yet more victims of the black-clad invaders, but Gascon had another interpretation.
Look at the arrows. Imperial issue? Not hardly. Nor are they the type the Scoia'tael favour. And the tracks in the mud, the attackers fought not in formation, but man to man. Bandits. It must have been.
Reynard, standing next to him, nodded in agreement.
Gascon can be relied on here. After all, he knows of what he speaks.
An uncomfortable silence fell over the group, ending only when Meve ordered the scouts to determine the direction of the bandits' tracks. They returned to report the killers were hiding somewhere to the north.
Valahol itt lesznek, ezek lesznek a banditák. És hol van az a rejtett kincs? Hát el nem bírom képzelni. Nem tudom.
I'm going no further, and I'd advise you to do the same. Bandits took the fort to the north.
Was nearly home. Nearly with my dear wife. Go to Edern, they said. You'll sell at a profit, they said. Go to Edern, they was nearly...
Nézzünk csak széjjel, mit kaptunk. A mandragóra, az mire jó? Kaptuk ezt. Ehelyett annyira lényegtelen, ez annyira erős képesség, ez az zászló. Mandragórát viszont meg akarom nézni, szóval van. Itt van. Eznek semmi értelme nekünk. Majd a játék stílusunk. Ezt a workshopból kivesztük a 3-as szintet. És egyenlőre ennyi. Hát ezek rengeteg fába kerülnek. Még már 5000-be kerülnek a fejlesztések. Nem gondolnám még elkölteni. Ez lényegtelen. Itt bemutatja, hogy miket kaptunk újakat. Valami is szintén idegesít, hogy nem találtuk még meg azt a kincset. De hol? Valahol itt kéne lennie.
Another dead end. How the demons do I get out of here? How do I quit this place for good?
Beszéljünk ezzel a csávasszal.
Cursed land. Nothing but corpses and ash. Corpses and ash far as the eye can see. Smoke everywhere. Billows of it. Stings your eyes and scratches at your throat. Cursed land. Smoke. Another dead end. Another dead end.
Jó, viszlát. Az jó. Hogy van? Valahol itt volt. Hát nem. Én megnézek mindent, hát ha de. Van erre valami elrejtve, nincs. Na nézzük meg a banditákat.
The scouts reported the bandits who attacked the village that night now occupied a fort the Adernians had hastily abandoned during their retreat.
They left crossbows, arbalest, ballistae. The bandits are armed to the teeth.
What's more, according to the local folk, they had a witch among them. In light of these reports, Meave's advisors debated whether it was worth risking a fight with the brigands.
Let's call it as it is.
Gascon said.
The game's not worth the candle.
Game?
Rayla said, struggling to swallow her anger.
They slaughtered an entire village. We cannot let them get away.
The stage seemed set for a long debate, when Meave pounded her fist on the table.
I am a queen, for God's sakes. I shall not cower before common rogues, even if the entire conclave of mages stands with them. Reynard, have the men prepare their arms.
Reynard saluted and left the tent. If one had seen him then, he would have sworn the grizzled soldier smiled to himself, beaming with pride in his ruler.
Egy körös csata, szóval mindent kijátszhatunk egy körön belül. De nem kell lesz. De őt nem kivettük már a seregünkből? Kutya nem kell. Rayla jöhet. Na, nekem így megfelel.
Your Grace, I saw flashes of light inside the fort.
Surrender while you can!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
You'll never take me alive!
As ordered.
One boat all I need.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Left, right, left, right.
Give me a target.
Did you hear that? A kind of incantation.
Something's not right. They should be dead with those wounds. We must find a gap in the fortifications.
This could hurt.
Again and again and again.
Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am.
Aye.
Can't take it anymore. You can try to win them all, but you won't. Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf, I am. Watch your heads!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Juiciest leaks in town, get him here. Salty winds are blowing.
Can't take it anymore. You can try to win them all, but you won't. Got any victuals? Hungry like a wolf I am. Can't take it anymore.
The fort is ours, Your Grace.
They battled long and hard to take the fort. Meve could have sworn she saw bandits stalking its ramparts. Bandits who moments before had taken a bolt to the head. By all rights, a mortal wound.
What the devil is going on here?
She swore as she took cover behind her shield. The secret was unraveled only after the battle's conclusion. Meve's soldiers dragged before her a grey-haired woman in colored robes. The aura radiating from her left no doubt. They had fought a sorceress. It was her healing spells that enabled the bandits to hold off their attack for so long.
What is your name, sorceress?
Ispel of Tretago.
I take it you did not keep company with bandits willingly?
Not at all. They kidnapped me and forced me to aid them.
Forced? I do not understand. As a woman fluent in the arcana of magic, you could have freed yourself with little effort.
True, I could have. But I would have had to kill, and I swore never to use my talents to harm another.
Not even in self-defense?
Not even then.
Then you live in truly unfortunate times. War rages all around. You cannot hide from it.
So be it. Then I must entrust myself to the care of the gods.
Or a passing queen.
You stand before Meve, by divine right ruler of Lyria and Rivia. We seek the lord of these lands, Demavend.
Oh, forgive me for not recognizing you, Your Grace. You do not look like a ruler. More like a mercenary.
Nor do you look like a sorceress.
True, milady. Forgive me. I meant no offense.
I accept your apology, and would gladly welcome you into our ranks. Truth be told, a skilled worker of magic would prove most useful to us.
Thank you, my lady. But you must know, an army is no place for me.
Should you wish it not, you needn't fight. We have many civilians among our ranks who
do their part in the slaughter. Indirect guilt is enough.
My soldiers do not slaughter, they fight.
Lofty words, but the result is the same. Piles of corpses.
Well, a bandit I am not. I shall not force you. Reynard, prepare the men to march on.
Of course, but if I may, perhaps Xavier might have a look at the war machines we captured. He may find some parts of use.
Meve followed Reynard's suggestion. Xavier went to work.
Yes, Your Grace.
Gods. What happened to him?
He was in Rosberg when the stronghold fell. Nearly burned alive.
How are you healing him?
The medics recommended regular poultices of dog's tallow, but whether they've any effect...
Of course they've no effect. For such wounds. How he must suffer.
In the day he reveals nothing. But at night one awakes to hear him sob with pain. You see? I need healers.
I shall go with you. But never shall I use magic to take a life. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, you have put it quite plain, and rather bluntly.
Forgive me, Your Grace. It has been long since I played the host. I forget the custom.
Your spells mean more to me than your manners. Welcome to our ranks, Isbel.
Isbel sat in one of their wagons and shut her tired eyes. Her long grey hair seemed to flutter ever so slightly, though there was neither wind nor breeze.
Jézus, ugye úristen. Annyi pénzem van, de az a durva, hogy ez semmi se. Tehát ez semmit nem fog érni szerintem. Hát kettőt fejlesztek és tele leszek. Viszont most már elég híján vagyunk a fának.
Mom, it's good you're here. We ought to speak.
Yes? Concerning what?
I've spent time with your troops, dressing their wounds, treating them. They respect you greatly, would follow you into any fire, any flood.
Happy to hear it. They're good folk, one and all.
Yes, precisely. In fact, too good to die in a senseless war.
Not certain I understand.
The Imperial army's enormous. Just how enormous we know, both. Had you all the Norse kings at your side, victory would still be unsure. Yet you fight alone. Know well you cannot rely on them.
Agreed. Nilfgaard's far better equipped and greatly outnumbers us. Yet, though try, they cannot be everywhere at once. They've stretched their forces thin, too thin. An error I aim to exploit.
You may be right. I hope you are. The lives of those you lead depend on it. You're proud, persistent, and sure of yourself. Just as I was at your age. It may work in your favor. Only time can tell. Meanwhile, how might I help?
You're no village witch, no healer. That much is clear. But nor do you look like our northern sorceresses.
I use no glamour, true. I've come to feel a body must age, and honestly so, as nature intended, as is the order of things.
You sound much like a druid drivelling on about balance, harmony, the good that is rot.
Rather poor, their reputation, druids. Yet they're in the right in this regard, I believe. Defy nature's laws, and nothing good can come of it.
Is that also why you wear no shoes?
Ha! No. I simply like to feel the grass between my toes, the sand, the mud. You must try it sometime.
I shall think on it. Thank you, Isbel. Duty calls. I must go.
Of course. Should you need me, I'll be here.
Na, elég népes lett most már a kocsmánk. Itt a kutya is! Észre se vettem eddig. Király. Hol van Isbel? Itt. Mit tudnánk fejleszteni? Hát ez rengetegbe kerül. Erre adunk egyet. És akkor nem kell kijátszanom a... Hogy hívják ott a arbalistákat? Hol vagy? Mit vettem ki? Nem, a bombert vettem ki. Visszarakjuk a bombert, hogyha megtaláljuk. Itt van, jó. Hogy állunk ládákkal? Azt mondtam, hogy az előbb voltunk 5 vagy mennyi volt? 6/9, 7/9 lenne, hogyha ezt megszereznénk, de szerintem akkor ezt elhagytuk, ezt a ládát. Ezt meg kéne keresni valahol. Csak hát kérdéses, hogy ez hol lehet egyáltalán. De fogalmam sincs, az a baj. Tehát ez annyira el van rejtve, vagy nem tudom, hogy... Jó, na még egyszer átmegyek ezen. Megnézem. A szikláról nyilvánvaló lesz, ha megtaláljuk a sziklát, szerintem. És elsősorban a sziklát nézzük. Erre nem lesz, szerintem. Hát nem nagyon tudom elképzelni, hogy itt lesz valahol, de azért bejárjuk már. Ne hagyjuk már el. Ha látná valaki, akkor nyugodtan írhatja, de nem tudom. Nem hiszem, hogy itt lesz. Hát érdekes, érdekes. Még a hogy hívják felé elmehetünk. Itt erre. Nem hiszem, hogy találunk titkos utat bármerre is, de... Hát ha. Hát nem tudom, bevallom őszintén, hogy hol lehet. De még a rajzból sem tudok rájönni, mert... Annyira nem illik sehol. Így sincs olyan. Ott nem hiszem. Ott jól van. Nem tudom, hogy hol lehet. Vagy út, vagy vízfolyás, hát... Nem tudom elképzelni, hogy hol lehet ez. Mindig menjünk el jobbra, aztán majd meglátjuk.
The ruins still smolder. Nilfgaard passed not long afore. They must be close.
No doubt they already knock at Aldersburg's gate. We must make haste.
Brave warriors. Fled so fast, didn't manage to pack.
Ezek valami banditák, nem jön tovább.
Beautiful sword. Not a scratch on it. Our army showed well in the parade, but when it came down to it, it's of no real use to me. Take it if you'd like. Left in the fields, it'll go to waste. Brave warriors. Beautiful. Our army. Brave warriors.
Kaptunk egy kis fát. Itt van egy puzzle. Próbáljuk meg megoldani. Tehát akkor a spottereket kell megölnünk.
One bolt's all I need. I'm a 1 second.
Aha. Jó, értem, hogy kell. Csak várnom kell még egy kör pluszba.
One boat's all I need.
Pissing in the moat? Oh, you're dead.
Ez az elrejtett ládának a kulcsa, amit itt rejtettek el. Annyi biztos, hogy a ládának már, a eddigi előző ládának már meg kellett volna találnunk a helyét, szerintem. Tehát erre már nem lesz a láda. Jó, hát mondjuk még arra megtalálhatjuk, nem tudom. De igazság szerint mennyi van még? 2? Még 2 van, meg még elég nagy a terület, úgyhogy még elképzelhető, hogy megtaláljuk ezen a területen. Nem valószínű, de még elképzelhető. Hát szerintem valahol itt kéne lennie. Attól függetlenül, de nem tudom. Mindegy, addig nem hagyjuk el úgyse ezt a zónát, amíg nem találjuk meg majd. Most már kéne egy útjelző, igen, erre gondoltam. Nézzük meg, mi van erre.
Maeve shook her head in disbelief as she surveyed the landscape before her. The Nilfgaardians had destroyed everything in their path. Burned farms, trampled fields, leveled orchards.
The bastards!
She hissed.
They mean to cause a famine.
When the Lyrians reached Braithwaite, a small village near Aldersburg, they saw gaunt men and women, more bone than flesh, gnawing on acorns and boot leather. The invaders had requisitioned every scrap of the village's food stores and hauled it off to their nearby camp. In strained voices, the villagers begged the Queen to help them retrieve their supplies.
Milady, frost'll come before we know it. Felt help us. Why not a soul will live to see the thaw?
Maeve looked around at the blackened, scorched village, at the walking skeletons who dwelled in it. The suffocating smoke bellowing up from the fields sent tears streaming down her face.
I'll do what I can,
Was all she said. She knew this was not the time for a rousing speech. She needed to act.
Milady, have mercy. We'll waste away and starve. Milady, milady, milady.
The Lyrians reached the outer defenses of the camp where the Nilfgaardians had taken Braithwaite's food stores. Rayla delivered her report.
3 heavy infantry regiments, Nazari arbalists,
The warrior said.
and I heard neighing, so they've cavalry as well.
Meve said nothing, working it over in her head. The fate of the starving villagers weighed on her heart. But was it worth risking heavy losses to aid them?
The Nilfgaardians keep food in storage and watch it rot while peasants perish from hunger. Will we allow this?
The Queen said, addressing her soldiers. Cried the soldiers.
I didn't think so.
Meve said with a smile as she drew her weapon.
Lyrians, attack!
Na szerezzük vissza azokat az étkészleteket. Kutya nem kell. És kelleni kell, de nem, még nem most. Ez maradhat.
Today our swords shall taste imperial blood.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Must be an important lesson in this. But what?
Left, right, left, right.
101, 102, 103.
Aye.
Again and again and again.
Life is mine now. Should have listened to me, old lady.
Discipline shall bring us victory!
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
Watch your heads!
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads. Alba! My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Wise choice.
Company! Forward march!
One bullet's all I need. Give me a target. There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Notice! All roads lead to Nilfgaard.
Gloire!
Zweifel! Catch!
Elhörter!
Yes. Zweifel!
Your Grace, the battle's won. We've secured the storehouses.
Niamh managed to rout the Nilfgaardian troops and regain the stolen supplies. However, the Queen's good humour faded soon after the battle. Her soldiers began loudly demanding she not return to the village, but keep the food for her troops.
We've nigh empty bellies too, my lady. And whatever we give them, the black-clad bastards will just steal right back. Better to strengthen our own army than the enemy's.
Easy it would have been to take offence at the soldier's words, to accuse him of greed. But his words held much merit. Niamh's army had no less need for the food than the peasants, and in war-ravaged Edirn there were few chances to replenish their supplies. After a moment's hesitation, the Queen announced her decision.
We shall divide the food. Half we return to the peasants, half we keep for ourselves.
At first, the peasants were glad to see the soldiers, but their joy quickly turned to anger when they found Niamh had decided to return only half the recovered supplies.
And for the Queen to stoop so low, robbing good folk, starving good folk. Ugh.
Niamh refused to argue with the villagers. Yes, justice was on their side, but in times of war, justice counts for little.
A thief who takes half your coin is just as much a thief as one who takes it all. A thief who takes...
Így jártál. Nem fogok veszekedni veletek. Különben is mit velem szemétkednek, nem is az én országom. Pofázzanak, Demevennek. Komolyan, tiszta viccek. Hol van Demeven? Ha? Egyáltalán nekem még szükségem van Demevenre. Hát én tisztítom meg az országát. Itt tisztogatom a Nilfgaardiakat, Demeven meg sehol.
Niamh's mount reared and flattened its ears, spooked for no visible cause. Trusting in animal instinct, Niamh jumped to the ground, and felt tremors under her boots. At first they were faint, barely palpable, then grew stronger and stronger.
What's going on?
Meve cried.
Why does the earth tremble?
Before anyone could respond, a scout from the forward guard let out a terrified cry. A moment later, snap trees crashed down around them, and out of the woods came a 30-foot-tall stone giant.
Gods,
Whispered the queen.
what is that? A golem.
Isbel whispered back.
Favorite servant of Nilfgaardian mages.
As if to confirm his words, soldiers marched out from behind the giant, clad in heavy black plate. Their leader, however, wore but a light tunic, and his hands glowed with a strange blue light.
Githen Quan and Lyrian!
He shouted, giving the order to attack.
Glor and Ard Feyin!
Nincs olyan, hogy optional. Nálunk kötelező minden egyes ellenfelet elintézni, aki speciális egység. Kutya nem kell, mert bejön úgyis a csatába. Az nagyon jó, hogy itt van, te nem kell lesz. Te se kell lesz. Te még jobb, hogy itt vagy. Jó lesz az így.
I'll fight to my last breath.
Ez jó buli lesz.
Utter your wish.
Adalt!
Mom, break the mage's spell, and the golem's power will wane to naught. It's not too late to walk away.
Getting to work.
Give me a time.
Left, right, left, right.
That's fine.
The mage! Kill the mage!
Jó, nyugi van.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
Her Majesty knows what she's doing.
Arbalest to your command.
Watch your heads!
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
armor won't say.
Az igen.
Your Grace, it worked!
Raising her shield against the whistling rain of arrows, Meve fought her way towards the Nilfgaardian mage leading the attack. At close quarters, magic arcana would stand no chance against a well-swung blade. Meve roared, delivering a powerful blow. Her blade severed the mage's aorta, and drowning in his own blood, he fell to the ground. He choked out by way of last words. Then the blue aura coming from his hands flickered out, and the stone giant thundered to the ground in pieces. When the dust of the battle had settled, the Queen ordered her men to search the Nilfgaardian camp. In the mage's tent, they found a rare instrument used to communicate at a distance, a megascope. The crystals encrusted in its brass frame were still warm, meaning it had recently been used to conduct a conversation. The burning question was, with whom?
Isbel!
Yelled the Queen. The mage dutifully came closer.
This device. Could you activate it?
Yes, Your Grace. But are you sure?
I am. Get to work.
Isbel nodded, then began calibrating the magic device. Finally, something clicked. A light flickered on, and before Meve's eyes appeared the outline of a Nilfgaardian general.
Speak common, please. I know not your tongue.
Oh, forgive me. I thought I spoke to someone else. Good to see you in good health, Queen. Or ex-Queen, I suppose, would be the more apt title.
Instead of fretting so much over my title, give yours.
Of course. Where are my manners? Duke Adel Ebdahi, Grand Chancellor, Commander of Army Group East. I believe you've heard of me.
Of course I have. You are the coward who, instead of facing me himself, employed traitors to do his bidding.
What you call cowardice, I call diplomacy. And you must admit this diplomacy has proven quite successful. First Lyria, then Rosberg, and southern Edern, all taken without any real losses.
Enjoy it while you can. Easy victories are short-lived.
Is that what you think? I'm afraid you're in for an unpleasant surprise.
Is that a threat?
No. A simple prediction. Enough of this. Why use this megascope? What is it you want?
I was simply curious. Wondered whom the mage had contacted.
Curious. How fascinating. You Northerners are so primitive. Like mindless magpies taking anything that shines back to their nest. Your thirst for knowledge now quenched, please allow me to see to my duties. Farewell, Your Majesty. Or rather, till next time. For there will be a next time, I assure you.
A quiet fell over the tent. The Queen stepped outside, squinted her eyes against the glare of the burning fields, and swore to herself that when she did see Grand Chancellor Adel Ebdahi again, he would be a whole head shorter.
Ooh, a spell. Nézzük csak meg. Az úrnak a villámát. Hát igen. Ointment helyett berakjuk szerintem. Az a baj, kevés a fánk, nem akarok nagyon pazarolni még mindig.
All destroyed. As if nobody lifted a finger against the Nilfgaardians.
King surely ordered all his armies to return to Aldersburg. Took cover behind its walls.
I do not wish to dismay, but after what we saw at Rossburg...
Enough doomsaying, Gascon.
Bent lesz egy csata, egy loot. Úgy sok minden lesz. Erre megyünk, akkor először fent clearelünk. És akkor utána jövünk le. És még mindig nem tudom, hogy hol lehet az a kincs elrejtve. Úgyhogy ezt gyorsan felfedezzük, ez megvan akkor így. Ezt a csatát ezt meg akarom csinálni. Ez hosszú lesz, mert ez standard battle. Kutya nem kell, mert az úgy is kijön. Te nem kell lesz, hát egyenlőre maradhat. Ő maradhat. Ez remek.
Army's a waste of time for one like me.
152, 154.
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
Left, right, left, right.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
Aye. This could hurt.
Should have listened to me old lady.
Ön elpasszolja a kört, vagy nyúzza magát.
Order!
Hát egészségére. Nem akarom Reynardot kijátszani. Szerintem visszahozom Xaviert. Passzolta, jól gondoltam. Én is passzolom. Raylát
I
kijátszani.
saw them. No other way.
Life is mine now.
This harvest, we'll be reaping black-clad heads.
My pain serves a purpose.
My spirit's willing and how, but these damn boots are killing me.
Excellent Zweifel!
Watch your heads!
Na nézzük, mivel rukkol elő a csávó.
Wise choice.
Azt mondja, hogy... kijátsszuk ezt.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
Azzal így rendben vagyunk. Mi van még a... két íjász, 3 íjászunk van még itt benne. Szóval kiszedünk egy dobost.
Élherce!
Her Majesty is exceptional.
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Give me a target.
Make love, not war.
Hát nem sok esélye van.
My prescription, a bit of bloodletting.
The unworthy shall be punished.
Még 5 lapja van. Nekünk 3.
A highly curious case. Egreto dum anime est, spes est.
Enart Fien!
Na ebből gyere vissza!
Nilfgaard! In retreat!
Köszönjük szépen! Aha, tehát akkor ilyen rothadó hússal akarják teledobálni a várost. Ez nekünk annyira nem jó. Betegségek, minden járvány.
Coming across a small brook, Meve ordered her soldiers to replenish their water supplies. When they returned, it was with empty water skins and troubled expressions.
Milady, the water tastes of blood. Not like black pudding, mind, but rancid, filthy.
Meve had no choice but to march on. She gulped dryly and wondered how to interpret this strange event. An omen, perhaps? A warning from the gods? She soon learned the truth. Following the brook upstream, the Lyrians arrived at a small pool. Bobbing on its surface were dozens of corpses. A young woman caught Meve's gaze, her long hair spread delicately atop the water, wide-open eyes reflecting the sky, a fine nose peppered with freckles, and a gaping wound slashed across her throat.
We shall stop here,
The Queen said calmly.
and give these souls a proper burial. Reynard, send scouts. Tell them they are not to return until they ascertain what has happened here.
When the scouts returned a while later, they brought with them a barefooted peasant they'd found hiding in the woods. They claimed he hailed from Horton, a nearby village, the village whose inhabitants had been murdered.
Them black-clad wretches stormed the village, milady. The devil free gave at the fore. Rounded us right up, took us down to the lake. Whole village, mind. They'd chop, chop, and splosh, splosh. 'Twas I alone gave 'em the slip.
Meve listened to the man's tale, then placed him in the care of her medics and ordered the Lyrians to break camp. She rode at the head of their column, Reynard at her side, her knuckles gripped white on the reins.
Do we know where this Frigef is stationed?
Our riders report he's pitched camp to the east.
Then let's pay him a call.
They killed all, like Rosberg. My lady, please, make them pay.
Milka, Bezrad, Kristan, all killed. Souls snuffed out to the very last. Could have run for help, I know. But I was afeard. Afeard the blackclads had catch wind of me, hear me. What now? Whatever will I do? Alone. Left all alone. Me lady, buried our valuables for the blackclads came. In the wood, near a big boulder. Got a bit of charcoal? I can sketch the way for you. What now? Milka? Milka? What now?
Én sírokat nem teszek tönkre.
The Lyrians had no trouble finding Vrigev's camp. It was the size of a sprawling town. Meve stopped her caravan and called for a council. The first to speak was Reynard.
Seems our scouts were both right and wrong, Your Grace. They did pinpoint General Frigev, the Butcher of Horton. Unfortunately, they underestimated his detachment. It is much larger and better armed than our own.
That changes nothing.
Meve said, forestalling all protest.
If I leave him unpunished, without so much as an attempt, I shall never be able to face my reflection again. We must attack.
Reynard bowed and passed the order to the Lyrians. Later that same day, Meve and Vrigev's forces stood face to face on the field of battle.
Na, csatázzunk egyet. Hát akkor Generál Frigevnek vége van. Frigev? Nem.
Come out, Frigev! It's time you pay for your crimes!
I'll fight to my last breath.
You are dogs!
There! Frigev! I see him! We've got to catch him!
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
Again and again and again.
Catch!
One boat's all I need. Order!
An army's a waste of time for one like me.
Life is mine now.
The Horsons.
Give me a time. Should have listened to me old lady.
Wise choice.
Our ballista, your command. Got him! The rest should surrender afore long.
The Lyrians won the day, despite their foe's distinct advantage. Historians later ascribed Maeve's victory to her light troops' superior maneuverability in the difficult terrain compared to the plate-clad Nilfgaardians. But if you ask me, that wasn't it at all. A storm of fury had been quietly gathering in the Lyrians' hearts, a squall of rage stoked by the Nilfgaardians' unparalleled cruelty towards the conquered. And no one embodied this barbarism more perfectly than General Frigga. Maeve's men were ready to sacrifice anything to see him punished. They dragged the defeated general before Maeve. The Queen wished to learn why he'd ordered the execution of an entire village, how the Nilfgaardians could possibly justify such a crime.
2 weeks prior, I'd sent a detachment to Horton to procure feed. Captain Gaynor commanded it. While he was verifying their grain stores, they barricaded him in the barn and put it to flame.
The Queen listened to the general's story, her face a mask, betraying nothing.
Murdered. One man was murdered.
Frigga raised his eyes to Maeve's. The Queen was surprised to see them wet with tears.
Yes, my lady. My son.
The general's simple words bore pain, grief, and a thirst for revenge that would never be slaked. The Queen had to decide what to do with Frigga. No doubt the general had earned punishment, the harshest possible at that. Yet, such a weighty personage could fetch a hefty ransom, and Maeve's army desperately needed the gold. In the end, the Queen decided to return the general for a golden ransom. Whether she chose the path out of mercy, moved by the Nilfgaardians' tears, or out of pure material calculation, sensing an excellent chance to replenish her war chest, it is hard to say. One thing is certain. Her men were crestfallen at the news. They had challenged Frigga's greatly superior forces in the name of justice, not gold.
Hát engem meg nem érdekel. Ez van. Na, még erre vannak dolgok. De ahogy hívják, ott meg kéne nézni, hogy ez hol lehet. Oszlop, meg 2 pot. Hát nem tudom, hogy ez hol lehet. De most már ideje lenne találunk is valami. Eddig nem sok mindent raktam le az asztalra. Itt van a kőszikla a két fával. Úristen. Akkor már csak ez van.
Hey? Ever have a stone knock out one of your teeth? Thing about slings, they hide well. Hey?
Took but one damned week, and the army was shattered to bits and pieces. Black lads were supposed to grind their teeth against our walls. Bloody empty promise by our leaders. Commander, onward to Abbey. Bloody idiot.
There a place for me in your ranks, your majesty? I'd so like to serve you. I do so with loyalty deserving of my own king.
Közben betározzuk gyorsan a készleteinket. menjünk tovább. Azt mondja, hogy nézzük meg ezt. Na, megvan a kártya, amit kerestünk, nézzük csak meg. Azt mondja, hogy itt van. Hát ez nem rossz, csak hogy az immunis karakterekre úgy tudjuk használni. Úgyhogy köszi, de nem. Na nézzük. Úristen, mi történt?
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Várjál? Lehet, hogy ezt elrontottam.
I'm a war servant. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Nézzük meg, hogy clear-elik ki a túloldal.
Armor won't save them. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
Ah, nem tudom, hogy ez
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him. One boat's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save them. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save them. One boat's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
De szeretem a szerencse alapú dolgokat.
Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him. One boat's all I need. Give me a target.
Egy, kettő kell még ide. Arra nem férek így el.
Abalista, your command. Armor won't save them. Armor won't save them. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Abalista, your command. Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need.
Istenem, ez olyan szerencse alapú. Ez annyira nem tetszik nekem.
Abalista, your command. Armor won't save him. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Abalista, your command. Armor won't save him.
Istenem, az a puzzle az nem tetszik.
Give me a target. Abalista, your command. Armor won't save them.
One bolt's all I need.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
Jöjjetek meg!
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
One bolt's all I need.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
És innentől a szerencsére bízod magad. És... ez hihetetlen bénaság az egész. Én nem tudom, azt kitalálta ki.
One bolt's all I need.
Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save him.
One boat's all I need. Give me a target.
Egyszerűen nem értem, hogy kéne ezt megcsinálni.
Give me a target.
Kipróbálok valami.
Armor won't save him.
Megnézem, mi történik, ha ezt megcsinálom így.
One boat's all I need. Give me a target. One boat's all I need. Give me a target. Arbalist at your command. Armor won't save him. One boat's all I need. Give me a target.
De még így is szerencsén alapul az egész. Jó, mondjuk már kevesebb szerencse kell vele, de... Utálom, mi a szerencsén alapul.
One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command. Armor won't save them. One bolt's all I need. Give me a target. Our ballista, your command.
Úristen. Érdekes képesség. De nem nagyon vannak egységeim a temetőben. Na, craftoljunk valamit. Egyáltalán megéri craftolni, bármit is. Hát még elég sok mindent kell, inkább félre rakom a pénzemet. Még ezt itt lent megnézzük, aztán szerintem ennyi elég lesz mára. Volt valami.
A taxidermied unicorn. Strange. What are your orders, Your Grace? Shall we take it?
I've no notion what one could possibly do with such a thing. We ride on.
Hát igen, egy unicorn is. Vajon mire lehetne használni?
Meave's Lyrians were traversing a wood when they heard the loud, drawn-out blast of a horn.
One of our scouts?
The Queen asked, clearly perplexed. She turned in her saddle to face Reynard, who shook his head.
Strange. Gascon, appoint a few of your strays. Ones who know how to blend in. Have them sniff out who blows that horn. And why.
The scouts returned a short while later with their report. Soldiers had pitched camp in a nearby meadow. They wore Edirnian uniforms, cut by sashes bearing a golden sun. They addressed their leader as Fulberson.
Know the name,
Rayla said.
Fulberson went over to the enemy first day of the war, took his whole division with him. Your Grace, a chance like this won't come again. Let's teach the traitors a lesson.
We must send a strong signal. One all the North will hear. From the Yaruga to the Dragon Mountains.
Announced the Queen.
Whoever collaborates with the invader shall pay with his head. Prepare to attack.
Rayla nodded, clearly pleased. The Lyrians surrounded the meadow marked by their scouts. Moments later, a flaming arrow pierced the sky, giving the signal to attack.
Oh. Legalább ez rövidített csata. Nem sok kedvem van egy hosszúhoz. Ez nem kell.
Is that Queen Maeve? To arms!
Us or them, no other way!
$152, $154.
My scars? No, they don't hurt.
You mad? Don't shake that!
Company! Forward march!
It's not too late to walk away.
Armor won't say.
Left, right, left, right.
Scrubbing duty again? Oh, gods.
This man has suffered much.
There's a time to reap, a time to sow, and a time to die.
New orders? No? Ah.
Life is mine now.
One bolt's all I need.
Mercy, your grace. We surrender.
The traitors, perhaps used to fighting unsuspecting foes, stood no chance against the determined Lyrian attack. At its conclusion, Maeve personally knocked Fulberson off his mount, then tore off his visor. The face she saw evoked more sympathy than hatred. Fulberson was an old, sickly man, his skin pale and blemished. With great difficulty, he pulled himself up on his knees, then extended a shaky hand in pleading.
Your grace, have mercy. The Nilfgaardians forced me to treason. They threatened torture.
Maeve felt her soldiers' eyes on her. They awaited her decision. How would she treat this traitor? Would she really execute him as a warning to others?
You needn't fear torture anymore,
said Meve.
Your execution shall be quick.
Fulberson made a last grasp at the Queen's foot, pleading for mercy. But she brushed him off with a firm gesture. Soon thereafter, he swung from a tree, hanged by the very black sash he draped over his armor.
Sajnálom, de elegem van az árulásukból. Érdekes. Hol van az utolsó? Hát még itt lehet valahol. Az a harci helyzet, hogy nem hiszek benne, hogy innentől már nagyon van visszaút. Ide feljövök egy pillanatra, szétnézni.
Milka? Milka? Could have run for help, I know. But what now? Could have run for help.
Nem látok oda. Pedig már csak ez van. Szerintem. Igen, van, csak egy láda van. Itt vannak ilyen hasadékok a falban. A bandita táborra gondolok, hogy itt lehet esetleg. Hát jó, haladjunk tovább, aztán majd meglátjuk. Mennyi van még? Ez itt, és ott a main quest. Hát jó, menjünk még, nézzük meg ezt itt bent.
As Meve passed the city of Harmelin, one of the peasants she'd saved from Nilfgaardian captivity requested an audience.
Be taking leave of you here, my lady. Folk from our parts lives in Harmelin. We'll manage. But, milady, we thank you for taking pity on us, time and again. We've nothing, milady, or nears enough. Black-clad bastards took all's worth taking. Except in this. Amulet. Been in my family for ages, kept us from harm. May it do the same for you.
Meve wanted to say she did not believe in peasant superstitions, but when she took the ivory pendant in hand, she felt a curious warmth from it. The peasant bowed, then joined the others as they trod off towards Harmelin.
We're safe behind these walls. At least for now we are. You've twice shown us mercy, milady. May little bless you twice over just the same. This pendant, your majesty. Wear it round your neck, always. It'll keep evil from you. This pendant, your majesty. You've twice shown us
Nézzük csak meg azt a nyakláncot. Kíváncsi vagyok rá. Itt van. Tegyük fel. Miért ne? kis patkány. Itt már csata lesz. És szerintem az erre nincsen, ahogy hívják, úgyhogy majd azt még meg kell néznünk. Az utolsót. Hát ilyen nagyon tündésnek néz ki, úgyhogy valószínűleg itt van valahol bent az erdőbe. Valahol ide tippelném. Ha csak nem itt van. Nem hiszem. Tehát ilyen romoknál kéne lennie. Ez elég hasonló. Itt? Hogy van? Hú, ez jó buli lesz megtalálni. Hol van? Itt vannak. Lehet, hogy az lesz az. Az elképzelhetőnek tartom. És akkor ezzel meg is vagyunk a ládikákkal. 9/9. Nagyszerű. Király! Tele vagyunk pénzzel, remélem nem veszi el a játék, amit befejeztük. Nem tudunk többet felfedezni. Na jó, itt a csata előtt abba hagyjuk, és akkor innen fogjuk folytatni a csatával a legközelebbi részben. Köszönöm mindenkinek, aki benézett, meg itt volt. Nem tudom, hogy a holnapi nap folyamán tudok-e jönni, de megpróbálkozom legalább a csatát nyomni a holnapi nap folyamán. Úgyhogy, ha van kedvetek, nézzetek be holnap is. Jó éjszakát, sziasztok!